They are playing teams where you think, okay, they should win that one, and then you have a divisional matchup, right? I'm trying to pull up the Rams schedule, but all right. So they got the Rams at the Saints, and then the Niners, and then you. You expect them to win against the Saints. Let's see what happened against the Niners.
Revenge
Let's see what
game
happens
for them,
against
I guess,
the Seattle Seahawks. So everyone just has a game where you can throw a punch, and we know how tight it is, right? You got 3, 5, and 2 teams, I believe, in the division. Who's lost 3 games? Niners lost 3 games, right? But you're all bottled up at the top. You have to try to separate yourself somehow. So how do you do that? You win the game that you're supposed to win, and then you take care of the division. When you look at the San Francisco 49ers, they have the Giants coming up. They could win that game, especially with Scotty being down, the young quarterback over there. Then you have the Rams and the Arizona Cardinals. It's the same scenario across the division, so it's important that you come out on top on this one.
I think it's also going back to the schedule the Rams have. I want to isolate it to the third game you're talking about for just a second, because I've been so looking forward to kind of getting the right measure of Seattle's squad. And, I can find it in pieces. I can look at a really good win against Houston and go, well, God, Houston's defense has been so good against the pass. They'd allowed only 3 passing touchdowns before facing you. They had allowed no more than, I think, 20 points in a game. And look at you. Right? Like you ended up having one of the better offensive performances against them, despite the fact that you were kind of sloppy offensively.
Yeah.
So there are little things I've been able to take and little, bits where you head into the week and you go, they will be tested in this way. But I think the Rams will be by far the biggest test, certainly since a perfectly healthy 49ers team in week 1. And there's a world, like you said, where you guys have the same record. Suddenly, this is a pretty massively important regular season game. Not only does it make Sunday night hugely important to be able to get that win, but just, I don't know, man. I keep thinking of our conversation yesterday when you were talking about statement wins and statements the Seahawks need to make, and the debate that we were having about not just whether or not it matters to have people pay attention to you, with you arguing like, who cares if people are paying attention to the Seahawks, but also what it takes for people to pay attention. And on that, I think we both agree. It takes some of those statements. The Rams is absolutely an opportunity to make that statement.
Yeah, because they are held in high regard, and rightfully so. Over the past 4 or 5 seasons, they've been consistent. You got Matthew Stafford, who's playing at a high level right now. Puka Nacua, who when healthy is a top 3, top 4 receiver in the game. Devontae still being efficient over there and in that defensive box. So they have the profile that teams look for when it comes to championship winning type teams, right? Veteran quarterback, weapons on the outside, solid defensive line. They have all the ingredients. So it's a blessing and a curse that you can make a statement within your division. That just means your division is that tough. It's harder to win it, but you'll have multiple opportunities to remind people and to get on the radar and say, look, man, we're a team that you should be watching for. The thing about getting recognized is don't matter as long as you win ball games, you get into the playoffs.
Sure.
The games will take care of itself, but as analysts and as fans of the team, of course you want your team to be recognized and appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to be able to listen to all my little podcasts and hear them talking about the Seahawks and hear different opinions. And they're not quite getting covered as much right now. And I think part of it's just a very crowded room at the top of the NFC. There are so many teams to be looking at and talking about, including some teams with really interesting storylines, right? Like the Eagles are a good team, but also you have like A.J. Brown with kind of ominous Instagram posts, and so it's hard not to look at some of those stories. Let's talk about what they have a chance to do here over the next 3 weeks and maybe what they need to do. Let's go to cut 4. This is head coach Mike Macdonald talking about how the team's on their way.
I think we're right on our way. I think our whole team is on its way. We're doing a lot of great things in terms of finishing plays. And there's more to be had, and really in all 3 phases. But the best way I can explain it is I'm excited about where we are and where we can go.
I know he talked about just finishing plays, but I think I want to expand that to like finishing games. I would love to see over these next 3 games, ideally in all 3, but certainly in at least one of them, Bump, maybe like a complete game, finishing a game, not letting a team creep back in. You beat the Arizona Cardinals, but they were rallying, right? There are just a few games where Houston, you should have beat Houston 30-10. And instead that game gets a little too close for comfort because you're turning the ball over. So not just a complete, cleaner performance, but a game that feels like you finished the game.
Yeah, that's like a dominant performance.
Yeah.
You want to feel like you're not stressing at all throughout the ball game. And honestly, the last time the Hawks really felt that was against the New Orleans Saints. You beat them 44-13, not stressing there. Pittsburgh, there was a moment there where you felt like the game was over. But every other game, it did come down to the wire. Arizona Cardinals, you beat them by 3. Tampa Bay beat them by 3. Jacksonville by 1 score. And then Houston, 1 score as well. Yeah, that's ideal. And when you have games like that, a couple of things are happening. That means that third downs are great on offense and defense. It means you're taking care of the football, not turning it over. And you're taking advantage of other teams' weaknesses. That would be nice. Something tells me on Sunday it ain't going to be like that, though. Even though the Commanders are missing Terry McLaurin, we'll see what happens there. Deebo Samuel has to step up. You have Jaden Daniels, who's going to be in the backfield as well. This is just a well-coached team, too. This is a Dan Quinn team. These guys are typically well-coached and ready to go. Yeah, a signature beat you, no stress type of win would be great. But I think with this team, just winning another game on primetime, back-to-back weeks, we have an opportunity where the whole country's watching you to beat this team on primetime should be good enough. I would love a 2-score win, so I'm not stressing at the end of the game, but I'll just take a W.
You know what I would love to see, too, and maybe this is in the theme of Halloween. I've already been thinking of some good scary movies to watch for tomorrow. If anyone has recommendations, let me know. I want to see this team continue to develop something that's scary. Maybe that ends up being JSN, right? With opposing defenses and opposing teams going, oh, okay, how do you stop this guy? Like, this is a real weapon. But, like, one of the things that was really fun about the Mariners season, there was so much that was fun about it, was the feeling that whenever Cal stepped in the box, something could happen. And that you knew opposing pitchers knew that, too. I would love for, in addition to JSN, the defense start to become a little more suffocating. I think that takeaways maybe aids that. They're great with pressure, but it's so deflating when a team just feels like they're getting more shots and taking the ball away. So recovering a fumble, right? They're the only defense not to do that. Adding to that interception total. Just making what's already a really good defense a scary defense.
Yeah, I think they pumped some fear into them already. But you're right, there are some boxes that need to be checked. Better with the pass defense. Like you said, forcing fumbles, recovering fumbles. I think they've gotten better when it comes to tackling. There hasn't been too many glaring missed tackles over the past couple of weeks, I would say. The defensive line has been playing well. But also, man, it's part of that is because you haven't had all your guys out there, too. Not going to have J-Love. We'll see what happens with Witherspoon and in the rest of the game.
All right, lots to talk about with the Seahawks and the NFL. ESPN's Dan Orlovsky joins us next.
Hawks Live.
Touchdown!
Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
After years of wear and tear, Joe had osteoarthritis in his wrists and shoulders.
I've pretty much worked out my whole life. I actually decided I'm going to train for a half Ironman triathlon.
The pain was interfering with every part of his life.
Basically, can't sleep, causing those kind of problems, very limited movement.
Joe had surgery, but it wasn't the fix he was looking for.
The doctor told me, he's like, hey, this is just going to be a partial fix. You're going to eventually need joint replacement.
That's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And they're just getting better. I can basically do full motion. I don't have really any pain.
What kinds of things are you able to do now that you weren't before?
I like to golf, and it definitely has made my golf game not as painful. And sleeping. I'm sleeping better because I don't have that aching at night going on and having to roll over.
So, are you recommending this to others?
Oh, everybody I talk to. Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Dan Orlovsky joining us now in the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline for some Seahawks and NFL talk. Dan, how's it going?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
Great. Happy to have you. Seahawks with a really strong start to this season, and I am going to get started with quarterback. When the Seahawks traded Geno, added Sam, I think my initial reaction was, all right, you're taking a risk at quarterback, but you're betting on your run game being better, so let's see how this pans out. And then, lo and behold, Sam Darnold looks great to start the season. What have you seen from him? And by that, Dan, I mean, how does it kind of compare and contrast to what you were expecting or what you saw last year?
Yeah, it's exactly what I expected. He really hasn't skipped a beat. He's picked up where he was last year. I think one of the great things, and we touched on this a couple of weeks ago for Monday night, was, Sam has just stayed course to what he believed or has believed to be a pillar of quarterback play, and that's really allowing his feet to drive his decision-making and timing. And the obsession with understanding the importance of that, not only by the position, but how it marries in this concept or this scheme with Clint Kubiak is really like a mandate. It's a foundational piece. And so I think that he's mastered his footwork. He's mastered the timing and the rhythm of that. And I think that's allowed aggression. I also understand that, in that league, you don't get a ton of opportunity to throw the ball downfield when you're on-time quarterback. There's 2 or 3 a game. And to really be really good individually and to have a good offense and play winning football, you got to hit them when you take them because you don't get a ton of opportunity to do it. And so that's probably been the area that has been one of his greatest growths over the last year. And so I'm not surprised that Sam's playing so well, and I would fully expect that to continue.
Hey, Dan, I watched your A-list this morning. You're talking about quarterbacks. You gave your top 5. And for me, at one point of the season, I felt like Sam Darnold was in the top 5. I think he's probably outside looking in at this point. For you, was there a moment this season where you felt like he was in the top 5? And do you feel like he needs to be a top 5 quarterback for the Seahawks to have all the success they want?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is, and I've been fighting ESPN for this for about 2 years, stop asking me to make top 5 lists because there's you're leaving out guys that warrant being in there. It's the best quarterback play has had in the history of the NFL. And so I think that there's no doubt Sam has had times this year when he's played, quote-unquote, top 5. I don't think he's played not top 5 football. I think it's the quarterback playing at a level that is in that certain tier. And he's no question playing at that level. And I think if you took Sam's next 8 or 9 games, however many games are left, and said, okay, you're going to replicate the beginning of that or that first half of the season. 1, I think Seattle's a lock for the playoffs anyway, but they're going to get in. And then 2, they're going to be a very difficult out. And so, you're obviously looking for that second receiver connection opposite JSN that really develops. Cooper's going to be that guy or anticipating that guy, but maybe that consistent connection there. Obviously, the tight ends are a big part of their pass game as well. So Sam's playing at a really high level. I think he's playing just as good as he did last year when he was in MVP conversations.
JSN has been so consistently able to get yardage, which becomes even more impressive week after week, considering he's going in against defenses that know exactly what to do and how they're going to try to stop him, and then they're just not able to do it. What are you seeing from him?
Well, 1, he could win at the line of scrimmage on a consistent basis. And so when you have a receiver that can win at the line of scrimmage, it just frees up so many different things. You can move them. You don't have to move them. You could really run all kinds of routes, short routes, intermediate routes, deep routes, and you're not concerned with the ability of timing. You're not concerned with the ability to get off of whatever kind of press or cloud coverage you're getting. The second thing is he knows how to attack leverage. He knows how to win at the top of the routes. So once again, there's this tree that you can tap into that you can, as a play caller or a quarterback, you're looking at different ways to try to attack people and or coverages. But if you don't have a receiver that can win versus certain people or run routes that will beat certain coverages, you're pigeonholed, you're boxed in. And JSN actually is the opposite. He unlocks it. And the third thing is he's obviously very good with the ball in his hands. So you're talking about a guy that on every level of defense or route running, he's a guy that wins. And I think that gives great confidence and comfort. He's sensational, man. I know we get into these conversations, who's the best receiver in football. It's a little bit like the quarterback stuff. If he's not the best receiver in football, he's not the best receiver in football. He's in that group that is, in that small grouping of hey, he's doing everything that you can be or can ask to be the best player at the position.
Hey, Dan, Stacy and I, we cover all sports, but obviously football is my baby, right? But we talk about baseball, we'll sprinkle in basketball, and the trade deadline in those sports are so crucial. You can change the trajectory of your team with a couple of moves.
Sure.
In football, it ain't necessarily like that. You know, you gotta develop and work with the guys who are already here. With that being said, how do you view the trade deadline for the Seahawks? Because I feel like obviously they're a team to be reckoned with, and a trade isn't going to just put them over the top. What should their approach be?
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be crazy active. Like, if you were asking me if they were to get into the trade world, where could I see it being a conversation? I guess you could point to tailback, but I think their two backs are good players. Maybe they don't have a, quote, home run hitting tailback. I think their secondary is very good. Linebackers are playing a good level. The defensive line is dumb. So I don't think that they're this team that has to be crazy active in the trade market. I think they got a really good roster of football players. Could you convince me maybe vertical speed on the perimeter? I don't know. Horton's had some nice moments. So maybe tailback, but I don't believe that they're a team that has to be active to be a really, really difficult playoff contending football team.
Bump and I also, Dan, talked about the top of the NFC just being very crowded right now. And while that's really, really fun for general football conversations and talks about, which teams might come out on top, it also means that it's harder to kind of be the squeaky wheel that gets the grease and get a lot of attention. The Seahawks have the benefit this Sunday night of being in prime time and getting that spotlight. So for you as a national NFL analyst, when you're watching a team like Seattle with really good record, but maybe not being talked about like a top contender, what are you watching for?
Yeah, I mean, I watch kind of every game in the same way. The regular season is so long. But you're trying to, when it comes, first of all, I think 6 out of the 7 NFC playoff seeds are locks. I think we know those teams are ready. The rest of the 10 teams in the conference are vying for one spot. So, when you get into this time of year when we have a pretty good feel, at least I do, of who's going to be in the playoffs, you're trying to watch team strengths. What do they do well? And how would that present challenges to football teams? So, like, it's Seattle. I think their tight end grouping is a very difficult presentation because Barner can do both things at the tight end spot. So they're less predictable because of him. Arroyo is a really nice second option at the tight end spot, and then it's a matchup problem. I think the way that they can marry their pass and their run game, their play action game, the way that they can formulate concepts to take vertical shots down the field, and the way that they operate in the red zone, challenging. Okay, defensively, can you block their front? And then why is the front having success? So you got a defensive player of the year candidate and Leonard Williams. And then who is the people that are either benefiting off of him or hurting teams because of it? How's their secondary? Can they play man? Do they have to pressure? So you're trying to figure out ways that are strengths of these teams and then what would get them beat? What's their fatal flaw? I don't think Seattle has a ton. I think that if you can – hold up in pass protection. There are voids in the middle of the field that you can work against, Tampa Bay, for example. Mm-hmm. And then for offensively, you could try to make them one-dimensional. I think that's an easier thing said than done. But I think I'm at the place where I'm trying to figure out how teams will lose more so than what they're going to do to win.
Dan, there's 2 games being played, right? The first game is on paper. You look at the numbers, the stats, the personnel, and you say, okay, well, I think this team should win this ball game based on paper. Then you look at film and you do the things that you described. You're trying to figure out, okay, how do I attack this team? When you look at the matchup between the Seahawks and the Commanders, on paper, what stands out to you? And then when you watch the film, how do you think the Seahawks will be able to get this done?
Yeah, so, I mean, if you're going to ask me about Seattle's defense, I'd tell you I think they're one of the best defenses in football, but just by tape. I could just watch their tape and say, good God, good luck blocking that front 7 consistently, ball hawking secondary, physical violence secondary, and then pressures. And then I could go to numbers. I'm not a massive number person, but again, well, what are they really good at numbers-wise? Basically everything, right? But there's one thing that they're not great at, and that's dealing with no huddle. My brain went to this after calling the Houston game. Houston offensively had some success going up tempo and kind of a mandate in that game or urgency because of the score. Washington runs no huddle up tempo offense more than anybody in the NFL. Okay, so if you're trying to find a way where Washington can have an advantage and keep themselves in the game, that would be it. But then also I would sit there and go, okay, that being said, no McLaurin's a big deal. He's their vertical threat. Offensive line hasn't been fantastic this year, and Jaden's banged up. So, I don't think that there's a ton defensively from a Seattle perspective that you're concerned about outside of the tempo. And then from Washington defensive perspective, they have not played well. It is a struggling unit. They want to play man coverage, and they have people who they just cannot put into man coverage situations. Their best pass rusher got hurt a couple weeks ago in Dorrance Armstrong. I don't think that this is a defense outside of turnovers that should really be able to contend with and slow down Seattle's offense.
Taking a look at the NFC as a whole, you've talked about, hey, I feel like I've got a lock on who these teams are going to be. I'm not going to ask you like, hey, who do you have 1 through 6 or whatever, but is there a team in the NFC?
I can give them to you.
Okay, yeah.
I think the 6 locks are Philadelphia, LA, Seattle, Tampa, Detroit, Green Bay.
Is there one of them that's separating from the pack in a good way, obviously?
I don't think that there's this significant separation. I think Detroit's the best team in football. I think Detroit has the most ways that they can beat you. They can run the ball when they want. They could throw the ball when they want. They could stop the run when they want. They can cover when they want, when they're healthy. So I think that's a team that I would say is the best team. But this drop-off to a Philly or a Rams or a Seattle or Green Bay is not significant. I think those are 6 really good teams. I would not be surprised in the least bit if any of those 6 teams are playing in the NFC Championship game. I think that it's that strong of a group.
Going to the AFC, you think the Ravens make the playoffs?
I'm gonna be a wuss and not answer that till I see this team play tonight. My whole thing with Baltimore has been we haven't watched the team that we're going to watch play tonight. We have not seen play this year yet. They were not healthy. And mainly their offense. We haven't seen one snap this year from the offensive people that we will watch play tonight. And I reminded people today, this was a offense last year that historically was great. Yards per play and rushing average were historical. So, I just want to see what they look like tonight. If they go out and score 35-plus and smoke the Dolphins, then I'm way more comfortable saying that. I think their defense is improving. Kyle Hamilton putting him closer to the football has been a beneficial thing for their football team. I'm not ready to say yes. I want to see how this group plays tonight.
Last one for me, Dan. We were really excited to get you on the show, not just because we're obviously fans of your work, but for me, selfishly, I get a lot of flack for my food takes, and I thought finally I can divert a lot of that attention to someone else and put the blame on someone else, and I'm not the one with the worst ones. You are notorious. I say this with love and light, Dan, with grace. You are notorious for having controversial food takes. Which one's gotten you the most flack? Maybe you still have people tweeting at you about it.
Yeah. Man, that's a loaded question in today's social media era. Thanks for the kind words. I would probably say the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup one is probably pretty consistent with the time of year. That's been the one, but I don't bend off of that one. I still remain adamant about it. So that one, I'm a simple food person. Food is very much so hey, I just want to eat something to feel good. I have plenty of meals where I enjoy the taste of them. It just doesn't have to be every single one for me. So I also think this, I heard this new trend where people are telling me that the shape of the candy changes the flavoring of it. That's one of the most outrageous things I've ever heard.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Dan, that's true. The pumpkin Reese's Cups are, I don't know the numbers. I'll have to run them later, but I think that they are better than the regular ones. No, I will say, I haven't co-signed every opinion, but there are times when I'm like, Dan's our food takes are misunderstood. And I'm glad that you stand 10 toes down on these because people will they'll try to weaken you.
Blink.
But stay strong, Dan.
No. Don't blink. Don't blink.
Exactly. ESPN's Dan Orlovsky, kind enough to join us. Very gracious with your time. Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
You guys got it. Have a great weekend.
Have a good one. We want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seattle Seahawks game on November 9th against the Arizona Cardinals. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app to 866-979-3776 and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chance to win. This contest runs through Monday, November 3rd. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline Rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
You do know that, by the way, Dan is incorrect about the shape of food not impacting it. Like, the pumpkin candy corn tastes better than regular candy corn.
Candy corn is garbage. Either
corn
way,
is
bad.
it could be circle, square, triangle, octagon, hexagon.
Have you had the pumpkin candy corn?
Bad.
Have you had the pumpkin candy corn?
I've tried it, yeah.
But tried it when? What year? 1994? It's different now. I think the formula is different. It's better now.
Stacey.
No, I'm telling you, it's better now.
Same as what it was in the 1920s.
It's not, and I'm not just saying this to be a contrarian, but I am saying that sometimes the shape changes the flavor because there's just more of something, or like, it hits.
You know what tastes bomb? Either whatever shape it's in.
What?
Apple pie.
That's right.
I don't know.
Apple pie, square, rectangle, triangle.
Apple pie's growing on me.
Don't matter.
As a concept, I'm still not here for like fruit.
Do you like a Dutch
pies.
apple pie? With
I don't know what that means.
Crumbs on top rather than just a regular crust? You don't know what a Dutch apple pie is? Unbelievable.
No, I thought that was the one that looks like an empanada, maybe. That's what you were talking about. You know, the ones that are like folded over, like a pizza pocket,
like
a hot pocket.
Yeah.
Turnover, that's what it is. Get to headlines, please. Sorry. I took us off the rails. I'm sorry,
Headline number
Curtis.
one. The Jays are unfortunately one win away from a World Series title after dominating Game 5 against the Dodgers. What's the real headline?
The odds were really stacked against this team, one with the 5th highest payroll.
Yeah, they were. They've embraced the underdog.
They're not underdogs.
segment. They're not, but
They keep
against
telling themselves that.
everyone.
They're not underdogs.
Everyone is underdog against the Dodgers, though. Everybody expected the Dodgers to win this thing, unless you are from Toronto or a region that surrounds Toronto.
Oh my God.
And here's the thing about this squad, too, man. They play with.
I'll give them credit. Like, there is a gap between Toronto offensively, not just in everyone else, but and of Seattle. Like, there's part of me that goes, oh God, I don't know who else is doing this. I'm assuming many people. Curtis and I were talking about it. You just go, oh God, man, the Dodgers are looking more human than I thought. If the Mariners made it this far, could they have taken it? Could they have pushed it to 6, pushed it to 7? Like, you're just thinking about it differently because I thought the Dodgers would be just unstoppable. I thought they'd steamroll the winner of the American League no matter who it was. And instead, you're watching this Toronto Blue Jays offense continue to be so incredibly unrelenting. And I'll give them credit for that. But one thing that is annoying me, even though there is a clear gap in payroll between the Dodgers and everyone else, but the Dodgers and Toronto at 5, the Blue Jays are not an underdog. It drives me crazy. You may not.
They are in this matchup.
Sure, but it's not a true underdog, and they're just clinging to that as a whole. And I get it. You felt disrespected because people were picking the Yankees and the Red Sox ahead of you to win your division. Sure. Absolutely. I can understand how that would give you the underdog mentality. You have one of the highest payrolls in baseball. You were the number 1 offense in the regular season, have been the number 1 offense in the postseason. You were a number 1 seed and have been since about July, even if you were fighting for it at the end of the year in a very, very tough division, and I'll give them credit for that. You are not the underdog. You are not the everyman. That's not who you are. And embrace it. You're Canadian.
You sound bitter as heck right now.
And what? But no, I just don't like false narratives. I don't like false narratives. Were the Dodgers favored over you? 1,000%. I'm not going to pretend that these were equally favored, but this was not a situation where a plucky little, like a Brewers against the Dodgers, like a little 25th or payroll or 20th in payroll. The Mariners would have undeniably been a bigger underdog against the Dodgers. You don't get to lean into being like, just because we're 5 instead of 1, look at us standing up for the everyman.
Yeah, you do.
No.
You get to do whatever it takes
No.
to get your team in the right mentality to take down a team that a lot of people didn't expect you to take down.
I will give them credit for that.
I get
I'll
what
give
you're
them credit
saying.
for that.
Run all those numbers, but when you're out there, you got to find a way to put a chip on your shoulder. And even if it isn't true statistically for them,
sure,
they've embraced it, and it is working for them. You got freaking Barger playing like he's a dang Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
You know why? Because they go into that dugout and it's us against the world, us against the world.
Give them
So
credit.
you're right. You're right when it comes to the stats. I'm just pointing out that they've embraced that mentality,
Yeah.
and it is working for them.
That's fair. That's fair. I can respect it if they hadn't left such a stinging, never forget it, a horrible memory for so many Mariners fans. I'd probably be rooting for them, but yeah. I think that the way I look at it, okay, you're not 2 equally sized big dogs, but you're by no means a Chihuahua. You know what I mean? You're like an Aussie Shepherd. Like, it's like you got a Great Dane with the Dodgers, and you're trying to pretend that you're this little tiny, like, who's gonna think we're gonna do it? When you're just like you're like a larger corgi, maybe.
Sure.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the 2-5 Ravens travel to Miami to face the 2-6 Dolphins on Thursday Night Football. What's the real headline?
The Ravens might have Lamar, but Tua has a visor.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
forget that Tua wore his
Visor,
visor
yeah.
last week for the first time, threw for 4 touchdowns. He's going to wear it again, despite having his eye issue, the reason he wore the visor, being solved. He's wearing the visor again. I respect superstition.
Yeah, there was one game I dislocated like a bunch of my fingers, right?
Ew.
So then I started taping like the joints of the finger underneath my gloves individually. Had a breakout game. For the rest of my career, I taped every finger like that. So
I get it.
You know, you do what feels right because we're creatures of habits when we're out there competing, and you just want to repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat.
Yep.
But I don't think that's going to help them tonight. I think Lamar Jackson is going to come back and remind people who he was before he got hurt. We'd have like 10 touchdowns, 1 or 2 interceptions, had the best QB rating in the game. We forgot, so it's gonna fall on Lamar to get this done. I think the Ravens still pull this one off.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, Jaxon Smith-Nijgba named October's NFC Offensive Player of the Month. What's the real headline?
You know, being on pace for almost 2,000 yards will do that.
He better. Who else was going to get that? It'd be a dang shame if he didn't do it, man. He's the best receiver in the game statistically right now. Of course, there are some other receivers that people would take over him, but there's no denying what this guy means to his team and what he's done across the league. You know he's going to get the football. You're still not able to stop him. He's beaten bracket coverage, and my man is better than I thought he would be, and he's still getting better. I'm watching this route running, and it's getting better. It's getting violent. He can slow it down, speed it up. The tempo is there. JSN is balling.
All right, still to come, a shorter hour show, but we'll still be here. Dave Wyman is going to join us for the Huddle 2-hour preview for Week 9 Sunday Night Football. 2 back-to-back primetime games here against the Washington Commanders. So beginning at noon, Wyman's going to join us. We're also going to be joined by a couple Seahawks players, including Byron Murphy, and a few more of your favorite Seahawks voices, including Steve Raible. Coming up next, though, it's Hype Train.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
This Breast Cancer Awareness Month, choose care that puts you first. At Snoqualmie Valley Health, you won't wait weeks for a mammogram. Appointments are available now, just 30 minutes east of Seattle. Experience the difference with advanced 3D mammography and our new Breast Health Suite, designed for accuracy, comfort, and peace of mind. If you're 40 and older, yearly screenings are recommended, and no referral is needed if you haven't had a mammogram in the past year. Don't wait. Detect early. Schedule today at snoqualmievalleyhealth.org.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, October 25th. Curated by racing legend Steve Saleen, this high-octane exhibition features icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. Don't miss it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
With over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
The LJ way is.
You look at stuff like this and it's like, I don't want to come into an industry and work on a place that is going to compromise how I feel about myself. I got to go to work every day with good people, and I get to enjoy what I do because I'm out there just trying to do right by people I care about, which is our community. We're going to see them at the grocery store. I'm going to see them at the sports tournaments. 2 friends of our daughters came in last night just on the lot, didn't know I was there, and it was cool because you got to take them through, and they're going to buy a car for their first driver and a car for their kid going to school soon. These are the people that you're going to work with, and so you better make sure that your laundry's clean. I don't think Lee Johnson specifically, right, Speedway Chevrolet, where I'm at, I don't think they've ever had a problem with the community of being able to stand up and look them in the eye and know that they did their job well.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Curtis, I'll have you know that Bump and I spent the entire, well, I should say this. I spent the last break talking at Bump about all of my food opinions.
That checks out.
My last
That's how
opinion.
most breaks are spent on this show.
Yeah. My last opinion was that thick, soft baked desserts, like a thicker chocolate chip cookie, is great. And that's why the pumpkin Reese's cups taste better, because they're actually just like thicker. And it's just better.
Curtis, let me tell you the setup though. She goes, Bump, I think people like thick, soft, and I'm like, where's she going with this? And then jumps into the cookie. I'm like, oh, okay.
Brian's walking by shaking his head at me. But then conversely, I don't want anything to do with deep dish pizza. I want like a thin New York style pizza, and that's the theory. I think most people fall into that camp as well. Mm-hmm. Anyways. Let's head to the station for Hype Train. Game 6, Blue Jays Dodgers. Blue Jays with a 3-2 lead in the World Series. We'll head back to Toronto at Rogers Center and pick up Friday. The Blue Jays will wrap this one up with a win.
Curtis.
Yeah, Bob.
I'm from Culver City, California.
That's right.
West Los Angeles.
That's right.
Ain't no way I'm getting down with Toronto like that, man.
go.
We could be down, but we're not out. Still got the greatest baseball player of all time to bless this earth. I wonder how his parents feel right now. Must be proud. It's going down. We're going to bounce back, going to find our bats. Thank goodness young Savage ain't on the mound. For some reason, this 22-year-old just has us. So,
Young
man,
Savage.
let's go.
The Blue Jays wrap this one up tomorrow in Game 6. Bump is not boarding. Curtis, or you?
Bump, if you travel the complete
No, he threw his passport
opposite,
away, remember, when the Dodgers won.
If you travel the complete opposite way around the world, if you travel west far enough, you'll hit Japan. And that is where Yoshinobu Yamamoto is from. That's where a lot of great Dodgers are from.
Yeah.
That's basically West L.A.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto, 2 straight complete games. Why not make it a third? So they're not
go.
closing out the series in Game 6. They might close out in Game 7, but not Game 6. Let me tell you that. So not boarding this train. They will not wrap up Friday.
Brady, get that all aboard sound ready, because I am also boarding this one.
No one boarded that one yet.
What?
No, talking about West LA.
Brady,
Bump and I
get
did
that.
not board.
Brady, get that no one aboard. Brady, make a mental note. Brady, sidebar. Let's make a no one aboard sound later. I'm not aboard this one. None aboard because. No, I think the Dodgers force a Game 7, and you know what I think should happen, frankly, or maybe will, is I think the Blue Jays get a nice lead going in Game 7. I think they get to about, 8 outs remaining. Maybe they go into the 7th, and then, maybe a costly decision leads to Dodgers, like a 3-2 run home run or something. And then I think they just sit with that for the rest of their lives. That's what I think could happen. Who knows? But no, I think this goes to Game 7 as well. Next up. Well, you asked Dan Orlovsky, and he was hesitant to answer, but I'm going to ask you guys. The Ravens will get to the playoffs.
I like his answer because he's right. Like, we haven't seen this team. He means with everyone being healthy, with all the guys out there ready to compete. So he wants to wait. He wants to evaluate, and I get that. But me, I live life a bit more dangerously. All right, I'm going out there, and I'm going to say Lamar gets it done, bounces back, reminds people he's a 2-time NFL MVP and was one of the favorites to go to a Super Bowl this year before he got hurt, before the fumbles by Henry.
Okay.
Ravens get her done, and they're going to the playoffs. Let's go.
Curtis, are you ready to live life on the wild side with Bump and make the risky prediction that the Ravens will get to the playoffs?
You look at the rest of the AFC North, no one has a positive point differential. The Steelers are 4-3, but they have not looked good. The Bengals are a half game up on the Ravens, but also have the second worst point differential in the AFC. Only the Titans are worse than them at getting blown out. I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility. The Ravens are very much in this. I'm going to board this train. I think the Ravens do get to the playoffs just by virtue of having the best, healthiest quarterback in that division. That AFC North is stinky right now. So I think the Ravens can take care of it.
Yeah, I think they do. I think it's because I thought they'd win a Super Bowl, and I'm just like clinging on to that belief. Like, I can't change my mind about it, even though they're in a very, very, very difficult spot right now. So, yes, boarding this train. Yeah, that's going to soon turn into no aboard. I'm going to edit that one later. Next up. JSN is off to a wildly impressive start, on pace for over 1,900 yards. But he's also, Curtis, remind me, how many yards shy of 1,000?
181.
181 shy of 1,000 heading into
That's
week
crazy.
9 with a bye already. That's absolutely unreal. He surpasses that 1,000-yard mark Sunday.
And he's 181?
81 or 89?
181.
181.
And his career high is what, like 160?
180.
180, I
Oh,
said.
against the Rams. Oh, my
Yeah.
bad. I wasn't listening.
But that Rams game, he should have had like 290 in that
He should have. He should have. Look, this is why I say no, because that is a big ask. And I feel like teams are obviously already focusing on JSN. Other guys are going to be allowed to eat. Sam Darnold's going to make the right decision and not try to force it to JSN. He still goes over a hundo, but not 180.
Curtis, Bump doesn't believe in JSN, said he doesn't even deserve to surpass the 1,000-yard receiving mark this Sunday. Are you boarding the train that JSN surpasses 1,000 receiving yards, which would mean 181 yards against the Commanders Sunday?
Well, unlike the haters and non-believers out there, I believe that JSN will surpass 1,000 receiving yards on Sunday, so I'm boarding this train. I don't think he stops at 181. I think he gets over 200 on Sunday.
Wow.
He's balling right now. And every single season receiving record that the Seahawks have this year, probably going to go by the wayside. I think DK Metcalf's yardage total, I think the receptions record, it's all coming down this year, and it's going to have a JSN next to it in the record books.
Now, I will say this. Bump pointed out rightly yesterday that the Commanders have an older group of running backs. They've struggled with pass coverage. I can absolutely see opportunities where JSN gets those yards primarily after the catch. I don't think he does, though. That's a lot. That's so many yards. I think he gets 150.
150?
150.
All right.
Next up, last up, quickly. Twizzlers are the worst Halloween candy.
Negative. I love Twizzlers. This is my worst food take. I don't care. No one likes Twizzlers the way that I do.
They taste like cleaner.
They taste like the way they're supposed to taste, and my taste buds love it.
Taste like.
They love it. My taste buds love it.
Oh, Twizzlers are awful. Twizzlers are the worst Halloween candy. Bump refusing to board this one because he's got really weird tastes. Curtis.
I don't like that Twizzlers have a shine to them.
That's
not
so
normal.
weird, man.
That's weird. It's like they've got Windex on them or something.
Yeah.
They're luxury candy. They shine. You
luxury
know what I mean?
candy. They're for people that get
I don't like Twizzlers. I wouldn't say they're the worst Halloween candy. I'm going to say Almond Joy is the worst Halloween candy.
That's a good
They're
pick.
They're mid-tier. I think they're mid-tier. They're
Almond
like
Joy is waiver wire at best.
Who goes to the store and buys Almond Joy?
Never in my life. But if someone gave me an Almond Joy, I would eat it.
And that says more about you than it does about us.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I think a lot of people, chocolate and coconut is a great flavor combination.
Mounds, they're bad too.
Okay, you're going to cry because there's a single almond in your candy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could spit it out. We do that with sunflower seeds. I thought that's how everyone ate Almond Joys, is you put the whole bar in your mouth and then you spit out the almond like it's a sunflower seed. Hawks Live is back, and you can join Michael Bumpus and Brian Walters tonight starting at 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court for a live broadcast and a preview of this week's game against the Commanders, plus a visit from Seahawks linebacker Drake Thomas. That's tonight, 7 p.m. It's a free event at Bellevue Square Center Court. You can learn more at seattlesports.com/events. There are real implications to the Seahawks potentially getting to and winning a Super Bowl this year. We'll tell you why next.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
No, it's not too soon to start holiday shopping. Ulta Beauty's early Black Friday event is happening now through November 22nd. Shop $10 beauty minis from brands like MAC and Too Faced. Take 30% off Lancome and Touchland fragrances and body mists. With new offers dropping every week, our associates can help you find the perfect gifts. Head into Ulta Beauty today to shop our early Black Friday event. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Lamar Jackson returns for the Ravens tonight for a Thursday night football matchup against the Miami Dolphins. The Ravens are desperate for a win after a 2-5 start to the season. They're favored to get it against fellow 2-win Dolphins. The Dolphins' first win this season was followed by 3 consecutive losses, so they've hardly built on momentum, but Tua Tagovailoa did throw for 4 touchdowns against the Falcons last week.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross. Here we go now.
Bump, I have a very real, this is a real sincere question. I'm not even necessarily leading with a take. So I hope that you have an answer for me. And I also absolutely want to open it up to listeners because this is about perception. So this isn't like a numbers question. It's about whether perception changes. And for that, I do fundamentally need some opinions. So 866-979-3776, that's the text line. This is my question for all of us. I don't want to hear whether you think they will, just if the Seahawks won the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold, what are the implications when it comes to team building? And does that change the way we view team building?
No, I don't think it does. I think we haven't really seen it yet. I guess Jalen Hurts could be an example of that, of a quarterback who isn't necessarily the backbone of your team, right? Because when we think of Super Bowl winning championship quarterbacks, we think of Pat Mahomes.
Sure.
We think of Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, quarterbacks who can say, look, give me the rock and I got you guys. If you were to win, the Hawks were to win with Sam Darnold, I think you would reiterate what the Philadelphia Eagles have done over there with Jalen Hurts. Even though low-key Jalen Hurts has 15 passing touchdowns this year and 5 rushing touchdowns, having himself an MVP type of year that no one's really talking about, when we look at the way they play and we view him, maybe this year might be an outlier, we don't think he's the guy that just give him the ball in the fourth quarter and you should be fine. I think that it reiterates what football is at its core, which is, in my opinion, a complete team sport. You literally have guys that play offense, guys that play defense, guys that play special teams. In all of our other major sports in this country, basketball guys play offense and defense, baseball guys play offense and defense, and hockey guys play offense and defense. So I think it gets back to the core of what football really is, which is a complete team sport, and you have to be able to build.
Yeah.
Now, you can't have a below-average quarterback, though. I'm not saying you get any quarterback who's just capable of playing in the NFL, build a team around him, he's ready to go. He needs to have his moments, but maybe not as many moments as we think when we think about the great quarterbacks in this league.
I'm getting real philosophical with this, and I understand that sometimes that's a dumb thing to think about because you have all these real-world questions you want to answer first. For instance, the 520 said, well, the Seahawks will have to get through Sean McVay, like you have to fight through the Rams. But that's not the question I'm asking. I'm not saying how did the Seahawks get to a Super Bowl. I'm saying if the Seahawks win a Super Bowl, I'm not asking you how you think they get it done or whether you think they will. They're one of the better teams in the NFC. I'm starting with, let's assume they win a Super Bowl. Just hypothetical question. And they do it with a guy who was widely considered a bust and is on his, 4th team?
Yeah.
Does that fundamentally change the way people think about team building? And the reason I ask is because whether I am aware of it or not, in thinking about this question, I realize that my assumption is that the Seahawks become a Super Bowl team when they draft their quarterback. That you just become really competitive, that Sam helps you get there and maybe, provides some really fun games, but that eventually you got to, of course, I picked 5 overall. Of course, you're going to find your quarterback eventually. You need to do that. That's just what I believe. And I tried to be more critical of that belief and challenge myself to look back at not just the role other quarterbacks have had, but how they got there. So you're right in that maybe Jalen Hurts is the most recent example of like a quarterback who had maybe not like a central role to his team. But in terms of like that quarterback was drafted by that team and he's with his original team and that's how they did it, overwhelmingly that's been the case for the last 20 years. Jalen Hurts, original team. Patrick Mahomes, original team. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and Matthew Stafford are interesting ones here. None of them were considered busts. 2 of them won with their original team. All 3 then won, though, with a second team. I don't really consider that the same as Sam Darnold. I think those are very different stories. Eli Manning, I put original team in quotes, but sure, original team. Joe Flacco, original team. Aaron Rodgers, original team. Drew Brees, second team. Some interesting one there. Ben Roethlisberger, original team. Then you start getting into, what? Suddenly it's like early 2000s, 2002, Brad Johnson, 2000, Trent Dilfer, Kurt Warner with the Rams in 1999. Between 25 and 1 years ago was the last time that you saw a guy where it's like, not only wasn't drafted by that team, but wasn't considered an answer, like a fundamental answer for that team. Because Matthew Stafford was considered an answer. He wasn't drafted by the Rams, but he was acquired by the Rams because they wanted to win a Super Bowl. Sam Darnold failed by the most people in the NFL looked at Sam Darnold and said, he's a bust. That's a different kind of story. We haven't seen it for a while.
I think he's acquired for the same reasons, though. I think coming off the year that he had, he was an MVP type of guy. You don't bring those guys over just to kind of, fill the void. Now, you have to wait and see if he could duplicate it. That's a question there. But he was brought over here to fill the void as well. I think where it might change things is that maybe you don't need a top 10 pick quarterback to win you Super Bowl. Maybe instead of kind of forcing the issue with the quarterback, you can go and just find the guy that you feel fit your system, not the Cam Ward, not the Caleb Williams. Granted, you're not going to pass on those guys, but I think that maybe your philosophy changes to where if you're not going to have a top 10 pick, top 15 pick, you're thinking, all right, let's just find our guy, a guy who can run our system, maybe runs a similar system to what we're doing now, which we're starting to see more in college football. College football is starting to resemble the NFL a bit more in a lot of places. There's still going to be those gimmicky offenses because of personnel and all that good stuff. So I can see that changing a bit. I think that your best bet is to always get the best quarterback that's out there if you have a top 10 pick. But maybe those teams like the Seahawks this year, maybe if they're at pick number 18 or pick number 31, 32, if they didn't have the need in the secondary or with the offensive line, and there was a quarterback that they felt was their type of guy, could draft that guy, insert him, and have different expectations.
253, it's pretty easy to see the worst teams always draft first, so very few first-round quarterbacks will have success, but they're still good athletes. I disagree. I think overwhelmingly first-round picks, there are more first-round picks in the Hall of Fame than second-round picks. There are more second-round picks in the Hall of Fame than fifth-round picks. Like, you can see a pretty strong correlation between NFL success and round drafted. There are very obvious and very famous examples of that not being the case, Tom Brady being the most famous, but there are also, Hall of Famers who were undrafted, whatever. And there are lots of busts in the first round. That's also very obvious. But no, I mean, Patrick Mahomes was a high first-round pick. Matthew Stafford was number 1 overall, didn't end up winning with Detroit, but by no means was considered a bust. Peyton Manning was number 1 overall. Eli Manning was number 1 overall. Aaron Rodgers was a first-round pick, not when he would have wanted to go. He was mad at the 49ers forever for that. But, of quarterbacks who haven't won, Josh Allen, high first-round pick. Joe Burrow, number 1 overall pick. There are a lot of teams that we consider having their answer at quarterback that are good teams that took those quarterbacks in the first round.
Well, this is what we know. That's such a Sam
Darnold's a number 3 overall pick.
It's a complicated argument because most first-round picks are not going to live up to their first-round status. So I'm sure the same way you went through all these high draft picks who won Super Bowls, there's going to be a bunch more that didn't win a Super Bowl. And what do we know about quarterbacks when they do win? When they're capable of winning Super Bowls, typically they're in the mix for 3 to 5 years. So you're going to see the same guys going. There's a reason why Josh Allen and Lamar ain't won no dang Super Bowl, because they got to go through Pat Mahomes every single year. There's a reason why a bunch of quarterbacks in the AFC didn't win a Super Bowl for 20 years, because you got to go through Tom Brady. So it's always going to be it's going to be clustered at the top. There's going to be 6 or 7 quarterbacks every year who are going to give you opportunity. Every year, there are quarterbacks drafted in the first round, number 1, number 2, number 3, and most of them don't hit. So the same way we can say, all right, well, your chance of getting winning a Super Bowl is with a high drafted quarterback. It also doesn't guarantee you that. It's so hard to win, and it's such a difficult position to evaluate the transition from college to the NFL. I think that's going to be the history of the league, but I also think that teams are looking at these bounce back guys a bit differently now and saying, all right, well, let's learn who they are.
Yes.
And let's understand what they're good at and build a team around them that supports them.
That's what is. Let's say an NFC Championship game is Baker Mayfield with Tampa Bay and Sam Darnold with Seattle. Now, both of them are top 3 NFL picks. These are not just guys that are someone said, what about Trent Dilfer? Yeah, Trent Dilfer was a late round pick. Was he 6th? No, he wasn't. 6th overall. Who was I looking at earlier that was a late round pick? Dang it, I can't find it. Oh, Brad Johnson. Anyways, there have been examples of later round picks, but 2 very clearly talented players, Baker and Sam, and were drafted highly, but at one point both were considered busts. Mm-hmm. I think that, if I ask, if you're listening right now and I said, Okay, imagine a good team in your head. It doesn't have to have the Seahawks logo attached, but just imagine a really, really good team. And imagine that quarterback. Think of what he looks like. How'd they find him? Your automatic thought was probably that they drafted him. And
Yeah.
I think overwhelmingly that's still going to be the case. But, like, I don't know, man. I think that the better that Darnold and Baker are this year, I do wonder if people start to think, well, maybe you can win a Super Bowl. I never hear people talk about that, particularly with Sam. I do not hear people say you can win a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. Not critics, not national analysts. And I don't blame them, because if I'm really honest with myself, that was my assumption and probably still is. I think I'm in the process of challenging it. And so that's why I wanted to bring it up with you guys. I'm just curious what you guys think.
I think Sam is a math problem on a test when they ask you to show your work. Like, you can get to the answer. The answer is he's talented enough. Like, he's one of the better ball throwers in the game, but I got to see your work. I got to see weeks 1 through 17. I got to see you bounce back. I got to see go through all these things that these great quarterbacks go through to instill this confidence in the fan base and the coaching staff that, all right, maybe we are capable of winning a Super Bowl with him. It's weird because he's in the middle of showing his work, and he's like 6 years in the game. You know what I mean? That's the weird part about this. But I think that guys like him, guys like Baker, Geno when he was here, can change the narrative of a quarterback and allow GMs and head coaches to give guys second and third chances.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's a really fascinating. I was just thinking last night about what's a Super Bowl team look like? What do Super Bowl quarterbacks look like? What are assumptions we make about Super Bowl teams? And, like, overwhelmingly, those stereotypes are kind of true. Like, the last 20 years, there are examples of this not being the case, but certainly in the last 20 years, not only have you seen some repeats of the exact same names, but it's been really good teams with really good quarterbacks that they drafted, clear franchise guys. That's overwhelmingly been the case, with some exceptions. And I don't think that, like, Sam Darnold winning means that every team goes out and goes, oh, we can just find free agents that were former first-round picks that are still really good and we're with bad teams. It's just that it
depends on your situation.
Yeah.
Right? If you're a team like the Seahawks who aren't going to be bad enough to draft in the top 5, that has to be your approach. Either you find the bounce-back guy or you make a tremendous trade. If you're one of these teams that are winning 4 and 5 games and you have a high draft pick, you're going to go get your quarterback. It's different situations. I think it opens up the possibilities now to where you don't have to solely depend on being really bad and getting a high draft pick. I mean, Jalen Hurts was what, third-round pick, second-round pick?
Second-round pick.
You know, like, Eagles weren't bad when they drafted him.
Yeah.
They just said, all right, well, let's take a chance on this kid.
Yeah. Again, I saw a couple people going like, well, bad teams draft first, and I've seen that from a few texts, and you're going to have a lot of quarterbacks that were drafted high by the Jets that were awful and drafted high by the Browns that were awful. I don't think it's a coincidence that Darnold and Baker were drafted by each of those two teams and then found a resurgence. But a lot of quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls with their teams in the last 20 years, with the exception of, like, Brady, I don't know, Foles is a backup. Again, very few exceptions, were first-round picks. So, again, you can find exceptions, but, like, I just realized that an assumption that I'm sometimes very unaware of is that the Seahawks will get back there when they finally find that guy in the first round, and I'm just wondering if them winning with Darnold changes that, not only for my perception, but for people in the league that make decisions that actually matter.
End of the day, he's still a first-round pick.
That's what I'm saying. He's still number 3 overall. All right, let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down bump. What do the Hawks have to continue to do?
Be good when it comes to corralling quarterbacks in the run game. This is the most mobile quarterback they're going to play this week in Jaden Daniels. They haven't allowed a quarterback to rush for more than 41 yards this year. That was Kyler Murray, and he led his team. Other than that, you have Stroud with 25 yards. You got Purdy with 17. This ain't the week to slip up when it comes to corralling the quarterback. Granted, this is a different type of challenge, right? This young man is one of the best runners in the game. He's missed a couple games. He's still like top 5 when it comes to quarterbacks and rushing yards. You know who's number 2 in the league, QB rushing yards?
It's going to be a surprise to me, isn't it? Patrick Mahomes.
Pat Mahomes,
Yeah.
number 2 in the league right now. Well, no, just continue to be that. I think that you can't look at these numbers and say, well, man, you held Kyler Murray to 41 yards. You better not allow J.D. Daniels to rush for more than that. No, he could rush for more than that, but it's the impact, right? Where he's doing that on the football field. What's the down and distance? How many times is he going to rush the football? There's some other factors when it comes to that, but against the quarterback, the Hawks are only averaging 17.8 yards per game rushing from the QB spot. He's probably going to rush for more than 17. But let's just be where he's supposed to be, make good tackles, and don't let him get too loose.
Second down. How will wide receivers have success in the pass game against the Commanders?
Commanders love to play man. So how do you beat man? You are great off the line of scrimmage, and you have great spacing in your route running. When defenses are running man coverages, this is what they want to do. Some things they want to accomplish. They want to jack up your release off the line of scrimmage, force you outside or force you inside to where their help is. They want to mess you up at the top of your route. If I'm breaking out a 45 degree, they want to disrupt that. If I want to break it at 8, they want to step in at 7 and just try to jack up your rhythm and your timing. So you have to be linear. And that's one of the best things that my coach, Mike Levinson, taught me when I was a young route runner, is that against man, you got to be linear, which means everything you do is in a straight line. You can't get phased inside. You can't get phased outside. You got to be precise. So there's opportunity here. If these guys can win their one-on-one matchups, there's going to be plays to be made. Jason has about 120-something yards on man this year. He's got like 600-something against zone. Something tells me that they're going to try to mix this up with these guys. So, yeah, there's going to be opportunity, but you got to be linear. You got to have a plan. You got to have good releases.
Third down. I love this topic. Very open for debate. You talked about it with Dan Orlovsky a little bit. Who are your top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL?
Top 5 quarterback. All right, at number 1, I got to go with Patrick Mahomes. I mean, this dude is playing out of his mind at this point of the season. It's crazy how he kind of almost faded away and for a little bit. And we weren't talking about him because the Patriots weren't winning ball games. They start off the season with 0-2, and we completely forgot about this guy. And he is here to remind us that, look, not only am I the best quarterback, I'm number 2 in the league when it comes to rushing at the quarterback spot out of necessity, but I'm sure they don't want to keep that thing rolling. All right. My number 2 quarterback right now is Matthew Stafford. Stafford's playing at a high level, 15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 1,800 yards. There are guys with better stats than him, but we talked about just the effect of the quarterback. He's a guy to where you give him the football at the end of the game and you expect him to win it for you. That factors in for me. Number 3, you can't ignore what Drake May is doing. He's completing 75% of his passes, 15 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Drake May
been so good.
Is for real, and we need to stop hating on that young man. Number 4, Indiana Jones, man. Indiana Jones.
Danny.
Daniel Jones, man. 13-3. He's a threat to run the football. Hasn't really got loose this year. But he's a guy. And then I'm leaving a guy off this list, but I'm putting a guy on that me and you went back and forth about a little bit. Dak Prescott. I know their team isn't winning the ball games that you would like, but this offense goes because of him. And numbers say this is one of the, if not the best offense in the game at this point. Taking care of the football, 16-5, 70% completion rate, 3rd when it comes to passing yards. If they can just be an okay defense, they might have a chance there. So, yeah, that's my top 5. And Sam Darnold's knocking on the door. He's looking through the window. Saying, all right, maybe I can get there.
Yeah, and it's no disrespect. A lot of good quarterbacks that aren't on that list because the margin is so slim. 4th down. Weird stat about the Seahawks run defense. The Seahawks have allowed the fewest rushing yards from opposing running backs, but the 4th most receiving yards from opposing running backs. Does it tell you anything, or is that just a random stat?
It's random, and it could tell you something at the same time, too. What that tells me is that the backers aren't the greatest when it comes to coverage. When you're talking about the running back, you're either bringing a safety down to cover them, or you're depending on your second-level guys who aren't really paid to cover running backs. They can do it. They're better now than they were back in the day, but they're not paid to do that. Also, it could be the late check down. So what happens is, say you're running like any type of coverage, 2, 3, 4, whatever. If there's no threat to your area, which is typically the flat or the middle of the field when it comes to the running backs, you start to get depth, right? Because now you're saying, okay, there's no threat. Let me get deeper and help out my safeties and my corners if guys are passing through the lanes or whatnot. So that could be just a late check down. Quarterbacks keeping their eyes down the field. They're doing a great job coverage where they have to go to their check down, and now you have to rally to the football. So you go from being, if you're a backer, 5 or 6 yards from the line of scrimmage, now you're dropping depth. You're getting 10, 12 yards from the line of scrimmage. The running back gets the football, and now you got to rally to the football. So it could be just coverage by the backers, or just the fact that quarterbacks are getting to these running backs late because the safeties in the corners are over the top.
All right. Let's see. Still to come, really weird situation with the coaching search happening for LSU right now. That's coming up in the timeline. Plus, the Nationals just hired the youngest manager in baseball. Sometimes when these guys are hired, I feel older, but then I remember that that's also exceptionally young to be hired for a manager. What I need to know coming your way at 11:45, obviously 2 hours earlier today. Get those questions in. 866-979-3776, because at noon we are going all Seahawks for the huddle. Dave Wyman is going to join us. We're going to be joined by a couple Seahawks players, including Byron Murphy. Very defensive-focused day today. Getting you ready for Sunday Night Football against the Commanders. We've got an opponent preview to help understand what's going on with the Commanders. Is it injuries and they're a really good team, or are they actually struggling with a few things the Seahawks can take advantage of? We're also going to hear from some of your favorite voices, including the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible. Let's get to what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
The Ravens take on the Dolphins in Thursday Night Football on tonight. Kickoffs at 5:20 p.m. on Amazon Prime. Now that Thursday Night Football, I don't want to say now that it's back, we're 2 months into the season, but is Thursday back to being your favorite day again, Mom?
It is.
That's one of your worst takes.
From late August, apparently me having Dak on my top 5 is one of my worst takes too.
Why?
But August,
are they looking at his numbers?
August through November, Thursday, favorite day of the week.
Again, weird take. Not as weird as saying your favorite day would be like Tuesday, but with Friday, Saturday, and for that matter, Sunday staring you right in the face.
Yeah.
And you went with Thursday. It's a very unconventional choice.
It's a football-heavy day for me.
Okay.
I love football.
Okay.
I don't know if you knew that.
You know what else is a football-heavy day? Saturday.
Sunday.
No, personally for me, like my work schedule is football-heavy.
And you do work college football broadcasts and NFL broadcasts. That's interesting. It sounds like you actually have a job working in football.
Maybe it's
Saturday
my ego. It's at the Bump and Stacy show. Then I have Hawks Live with Michael Bumpus and sometimes Paul Moyer.
And it's just what it is it's a bump focused day. Timeline coming your way next.
All right.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Raible is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Eamon-Wari is with us.
I felt good officially going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Just like our favorite baseball team, Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington is stepping up to the plate. Mention Go Seattle when you book, and you'll knock it out of the park with 15% off and 12 months, no payments, and no interest. Schedule today before this deal is gone.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Fall rains can expose hidden roof problems, and once water gets in, the damage only gets worse. Is your roof ready for the season? Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. At State Roofing and Exteriors, we repair and replace roofs with a quality you've trusted for decades. And yes, we also provide siding, windows, decks, and gutters to keep your entire home protected. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Dino was suffering from a rotator cuff tear in his right shoulder.
Part of the pain is like taking off my shirt. I couldn't even really button my pants. I could actually qualify for a shoulder replacement if I wanted to go that route.
He chose to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
I heard the commercials for Dr. Wagner. I did my research. I thought about surgery But the recovery time was so long, I didn't want to have to be in this sling. I want to be able to retire in a few months, get back to bike riding and playing golf without any pain in my shoulder.
Dino knew from experience that stem cell therapy works. Dr. Wagner had already helped him recover from osteoarthritis in his thumb, but he's not done yet.
And now 2 years later, I'm having an issue with my left shoulder, so I've got it scheduled, and I'm going to go back to see Dr. Wagner again because it was so successful.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
No, it's not too soon to start holiday shopping. Ulta Beauty's early Black Friday event is happening now through November 22nd. Shop $10 beauty minis from brands like MAC and Too Faced. Take 30% off Lancome and Touchland fragrances and body mists. With new offers dropping every week, our associates can help you find the perfect gifts. Head into Ulta Beauty today to shop our early Black Friday event. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy, talking about some of the weirder stories in sports today. And we're going to start with this one, going to college football. If you thought the LSU football coaching search was going to be super normal, then you thought wrong. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry told the Baton Rouge media that he will not allow LSU athletic director Scott Woodward to make the next head coaching hire. Now, pause. There have been some fair critiques of Woodward being now tied to two of the most expensive buyouts, or currently the most expensive buyouts.
About $150 million worth of buyouts.
There are fair critiques about Woodward. This is not completely unfounded, but it is still kind of weird that a governor is making himself in charge of a coaching hire. He also went off on agent Jimmy Sexton for the monopoly of college coaches that he represents. Cut 5. Take a listen.
I can tell you right now, Scott Woodward is not selecting the next coach. I don't know, but the Board of Supervisors is going to come up with a committee, and they're going to go find us a coach. Hold on. One real quick thing on that. Because here's what y'all reporters need to do. Y'all need to start looking at who represents all these people, like these agents. You know what's interesting? If I'm not mistaken, Woodward's agent, Kelly's agent, the Texas A&M, they're all the same agent. Like, you realize if I would be, I don't know how many sports writers we got here today? Just you. We should have a bunch, okay? Like, this is ridiculous. Lawyers would be disbarred for the way these agents act and the way they're able to represent. In fact, there's no doubt, they may even represent some of the players now. Like, it's really time for the NCAA to put on some guardrails in college sports. Because, and it's fine. We don't need the guardrails. If big billionaires want to spend all that kind of money, no problem. But if I got to go find $53 million from Keim, it's not going to be a pleasant conversation. I'm just telling you.
I appreciate the governor of Louisiana also turning it into like I'm just one of you guys. These big billionaires out here want to hire these bad coaches. Let's get an everyman like me, the governor of Louisiana, to hire.
You know what he has? The same thing those agents have, influence. Maybe our owners, whoever. You might not have the money they have, but you got influence. This should be interesting. I'm not mad at this approach. Let's see. Let's see if it works out for him. Because he does make some valid points about the connections and the agents or whatnot. And when you are connected like that, it's about relationships, and relationships can get you some opportunities. So, look, it's not conventional. It's not what we're used to seeing. But let's see if it works out for him. If it does work out for him, I guarantee you this is going to be something he continues to do.
This is one of the weirder things that I always need to remind myself about college sports, because I do feel like there's a geographical difference here with maybe political influence over sports, or just political overlap for sports happening a little more frequently in the South, particularly the Southeast. I know that it happens everywhere in every state. So it's not like it only happens there, but it happens in a different way, I think. It, like, whether it's Alabama, Louisiana right now, college football is a little different culturally, and you see kind of some weird politicking that has to happen. And it's why Nicole Auerbach, when she was on with us yesterday, talking about whether or not Lane Kiffin would end up choosing LSU, said, well, then there's the politics you have to consider. Like, is it worth getting the massive amount of money that LSU will surely pay you to then do this constant dancing with trying to please everyone involved with the process, including the governor.
The governor.
Next up, some potentially good news about one key Mariners injury. Bryce Miller told the Seattle Times' Adam Jude that he likely won't need off-season surgery on the bone spur that landed him on the IL 2 different times in 2025, which is very good specific news, considering that at those end of season, I don't even want to say press conferences, scrums, media scrums, that Mariners brass indicated that they don't expect any surgeries overall, but there weren't specifics given. So we at least know one of them, which is that Bryce Miller will not need any.
Whenever you don't have to lay down and have someone open your body up and do surgery on it, that's a good thing. So good for Bryce. He was our best arm in the playoffs, right? Yeah, Bryce was probably our best arm in the playoffs.
In the ALCS, Bryce Miller was unbelievably clutch when this team needed him to be.
Yeah, and heal up, get ready to go, because we're probably going to run him back with at least 4 out of 5 of those arms in that rotation.
Yeah. Also, just good news in general. Whenever guys don't need that surgery, I am curious about the carryover, just because Seattle hasn't experienced it in a long time. The carryover of playing that late into a season, right? Not really something you've ever had to worry about. Yeah. What it means to have all those extra innings on those arms. Wu, long before the postseason started, reached a career high in innings. So I feel like it's a good sign that there aren't any surgeries needed, and then you hope that they don't feel any kind of regression or carryover into next season.
So get used to it, man, because we expect playoff runs now. Let's go.
Florida Panther star Brad Marchand is taking a leave of absence for the next few days from his team to go coach a junior hockey team in Nova Scotia. Why? It turns out it's for a really worthy cause, and just also a heartbreaking story. His friend, J.P. McCallum, tragically lost his 10-year-old daughter to cancer. So Marchand has organized a charity hockey game for his childhood friend to raise money for the family. Cut 6.
It's tough because, we're the only reason I'm back here is because something extremely tragic has happened and a beautiful life has been lost. But, my bond with JP goes back many years. We have a group of guys that are all here this evening, and we grew up together, and our lives have been, across for many, many years. And there's no place that I'd be, other than here right now with Japes. So, obviously I'm here to support him and his family, and I think this is something that, this night here, Sela would have absolutely loved, and that's why we're doing it.
Again, a tragic story, but still one that is inspiring and I don't want to say uplifting, but like, credit to him for going to support a friend. The season is ongoing right now, and credit to the Panthers for being like, hey, it doesn't matter. Take your time. Go help your friend. It's just, again, a heartbreaking story, but a moment when a community in sports kind of comes together for something. That's cool.
Yeah, it's way to make a tragic situation somewhat beautiful, Mm-hmm. The organization allowing him to go over there, him saying, this is more important than anything. My friend needs me, and we're going to help the family out. These are feel-good stories, and unfortunately it's coming from just a bad situation.
Yeah. Last one here. This is the one I talked about earlier. The Nationals have hired the youngest Mariner in Major League Baseball since 1972. 33-year-old Blake Butera will be the team's manager in 2026. He comes from the Rays organization, where he managed parts of 4 seasons in the minor leagues, and I believe was also a player, right, Curtis? Do you know?
Only a minor league player.
Minor league player, but a player within the Rays minor league system who then went on to manage.
Yeah, he must be extremely impressive. I mean, he must have
33
great relationships. I mean, I've met some impressive 33-year-olds. It's different these days, man. The access that they have to information, how you can be fast-tracked into these positions. They're no longer holding your age against you in these situations. I hope he does well, because he's dealing with grown men, guys. Some guys are going to be older than him with more playing experience, of course. But if there's a sport where I don't think it's that alarming, I would say baseball, because you don't have a lot of control in the actual gameplay. You got to make some decisions. When McVay got hired at 32, was he 32 when he got hired as a head coach?
30.
30. That one, I was like, are you sure about this?
The McVay one was crazy.
Yeah, are you sure? Ended up working out for him.
Ended up being
so no, there's a shift that's happening with this, and I'm all for it, but just don't cancel out the older heads too.
Do you think that overall youth for baseball managers hasn't been prioritized to the same degree it has in football? Because in football, there had been young head coaches before McVay. Tomlin, one of the youngest head coaches to ever win a Super Bowl. But I think that the McVay hire then spawned a resurgence of a youth movement where you started seeing Zach Taylor with the Bengals, and a lot of these are part of the McVay tree, but like there started being a focus on, we can get this young, brilliant offensive mind. You've not seen something like that in baseball. Is it because it's a sport that prioritizes tradition in a different way, or old school?
I think that's exactly what it is. But everything can shift, and maybe this is the shift happening right before our very eyes. But yeah, when I think of skips, man, I think of the old heads, 50, 60 years of age. But if you are capable and you can impress, go ahead and get your job.
Yeah, it's just when I think of the average baseball manager, I think he's in 50s.
At least
50s, 60s. Like that's just what I picture in my brain.
How old is Dave Roberts, man? He's got to be like 60 something.
And then
I think he's like early 50s.
And then when I think of
he's early 50s.
Yeah, like 51, 52. Yeah.
What? My man looks older than
53.
That blows my mind. That blows my mind.
I hope no one ever has this reaction to me. Wait, you're what? I thought you were 10 years older.
Attaboy, Dave.
We want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks game on November 9th against the Arizona Cardinals. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app to 866-979-3776 and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chance to win. This contest runs through Monday, November 3rd. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776.
Hawks Live. Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders, nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated, and you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Big Trees has certified arborists and site experts who help you select the right trees for the right location on your property. When Big Trees installs a tree, we offer a 1-year warranty and 1 free aftercare visit from a board-certified master arborist. To learn more about our process, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Mike Salk here, and it's now open. Hawks Peak, the place to be for game days this football season with over 66 TVs indoor and outdoor. Go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in 866-979-3776. This person says you have poor taste in licorice because you were defending Twizzlers, to which I would say licorice overall is just not a great candy.
I didn't say Twizzlers was better than the Red Vine.
You just said Twizzlers were not the worst candy, but then you did say, unless I'm misremembering, that Twizzlers are good.
Yeah, they're good.
Okay.
Not as good as Red
that's where
Vines,
I'm kind of taking
but they're
issue.
good. Yeah, they're good.
Okay. What I need to know, we talked about the need for the Seahawks to finish games. Someone said, oh my God, I just lost the question. Here we go. Do you think Pete Carroll was responsible for the Hawks not being able to finish games? Sometimes the Hawks would take a lead and then start playing down to the opposing team.
Here's the thing. Pete Carroll didn't call offense. He didn't call defense. Whenever a team is not able to finish, there are multiple things that are happening. It's never just one person or one thing. As the head coach, he does take the responsibility because he's the head coach. But in reality, there's a lot of stuff that happens when teams collapse.
I agree. And when he had better players and the best versions of the teams he coached, they did usually finish games.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's a Pete Carroll thing. There are other things where you go, let's say offensive coordinators maybe not being the most innovative, or coordinators being maybe not the best fit but clearly sticking around, that you're like, well, maybe that's a Carroll thing. Like, he was always hesitant. He was really loyal, deeply loyal, and cared about people, and sometimes wouldn't move on from players, coaches, whatever. Sure, that's a Carroll thing, but an amazing coach, the winningest head coach Seattle's ever had.
Yeah.
So I think no. A good question, but I think both of us no to that one. What I need to know. Is it appropriate to have a bucket of glizzies instead of candy for trick-or-treaters?
No. Why would you have a bucket of glizzies?
Everyone likes hot dogs.
What if you put them on a bun? Yeah.
Yeah, and you have ketchup and mustard outside.
If there's a bucket of glizzies outside, you're going to walk up to that bucket of glizzies, put it in a bun, put ketchup on it. You don't know who touched those glizzies?
You'll pre-bun them and then wrap them in foil.
Are you talking about like the glizzies we have at the press box?
Yeah.
Can you keep them warm?
Yeah.
Still not appropriate. Kids want candy.
I don't know, man.
Kids want
Think of
candy.
the parents who are out there too, battling the elements.
Well, you better have both. You can't have just glizzies.
I think that you should test this theory. I don't get trick-or-treaters. I think you should test this theory. Get a couple hot dogs and then get a thing of candy, and then hold out both buckets and say, hey, take whatever you want, just from either or, and see what the kids take.
I'm not investing my time like that.
You don't believe in science, I guess. Okay. What I need to know. You're all magically turned into dogs based off your personalities. Pick the dog breed you think best fits each other. But why don't you pick for all
Stacy
of
has
us?
to be a smaller dog.
That's
I don't know the names of dogs like that. You're the
yappy dog
person.
Yeah.
I think that, okay, so I'll answer for all of us. I think that Curtis would be the like little Scottish Terrier in Lady and the Tramp.
He's British Bulldog.
Well, so that's initially what I thought, because Curtis he's tall. You know what I mean? Like you look at him and you think like, oh, obviously he's going to be like a bulldog, but he's also kind of brainy and a little, like I could see him being.
So Bulldog's not smart?
But I think the Scottish ones just seem smarter. When I think of that dog in Lady and the Tramp, that dog had the brains. He was the brains of the operation.
All right, imagine Curtis on all fours. British Bulldog.
It's gonna be a bulldog vibe, but I just think the personality is that of like a slightly different dog.
You're going personality. I'm going off of stature alone.
I went like a more athletic dog. German Shepherd, Aussie Shepherd. You know what I mean? Those dogs that they're like, they use in like they can use in like cool little field day things. What are they called?
Whatever dogs dominate the obstacle courses at those
obstacle
things,
course.
Yeah, that's what I want to be.
Field day.
Where you go through the like you slalom through the poles and stuff.
Yeah. Stacy's a Chihuahua?
No, not a Chihuahua.
A little terrier?
I will accept that. If you can think of the loudest, most annoying yappy dog.
Chihuahua.
Someone you just fundamentally hate, probably. Sure.
There's this dog, Tutti, a Chihuahua, who
Yeah.
would terrorize me every day walking to school.
But guess who got the Taco Bell ad? Okay.
Exactly.
It's my dream. 866-979-3776. Thank you. Someone said, you know what? I'll do it for science, and we'll report back next week.
There you go. Appreciate that.
Let's see. If you could have your ideal Seahawks offensive line, what would it look like pending a free agent in the right guard spot?
What would it look like? Are we talking? You want a name or something?
If you could have your ideal, it just says, if you could have your ideal Seahawks front offensive line, what would it look like pending a free agent in the right guard spot? I'm not exactly sure.
It looked dominant. Whatever that is.
Yeah, whatever
Who's the best
vibe
line
is
in the
for-
game? Who's the best line in the game right now?
It was the Eagles. They aren't quite as good this
Nah,
year,
it's
which
not
means
the
they're just good.
Remember the Broncos only allowed like 8 sacks this year? Something ridiculous.
The offensive line is
Might be
actually
the
better
Broncos.
this year for Seattle. I want to be able to give them credit for that.
Yeah, they're better.
Yeah. I don't know. Everyone's just sending in dogs that we should all be, and all of mine are offensive dogs. A Maltese. Someone said a yappy beagle.
Oh, they say Stacy's a poodle.
Oh, that's nice.
Like a mini doodle?
And poodles are really smart and hypoallergenic.
Yeah. Got 2 of them.
Okay. Let me get to some football questions. I'm sorry. I don't think I gave you a good answer for your question. I'm sorry. I think I'm not quite sure how to answer it. I think maybe they were asking like an ideal right guard. What I need to know. My question. What are we going to do with third string quarterback?
You got one.
Hang on to it.
Yeah. It ain't going nowhere.
I think there are teams that are going to be looking for some quarterback help at the deadline. Everyone's anticipating whether or not Russell Wilson's going to get moved. Maybe even Kirk Cousins, though Michael Penix Jr.'s hurt. I don't think the Seahawks should move on from any of them. Hang
stay
on
put.
to them. The Huddle coming your way next.
Brock and Salk.
The big story that came out the other day about the NBA players and what's going on with Terry Rozier. Did you hear the second story that came out? Heat's Terry Rozier faced $8 million tax lien from IRS in 2023. I don't know why Terry Rozier did this, allegedly, but I can look at a guy who had an $8 million tax lien despite a $160 million salary and say he probably was betting away a lot of his money.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10 on Seattle Sports.
Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots and not getting the long-term results you really want? This is Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our program has helped over 4,000 people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Visit eastsideweightlossclinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Did he just say Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is half the cost and works twice as fast as weight loss injections? It's true. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is natural and it works. I was finding that my clothes didn't fit as well, so I jumped on the program. I lost 35 pounds in 60 days. It was very safe and a healthy plan.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
At Bible Law Group, we know how important voting is. That's why we're partnering with Seattle's own rock star Aaron Jones to rock the vote Thursday, October 30th at the Queen Anne Beer Hall. Vote and enjoy delicious smash burgers with Aaron and local bands by getting your ticket at bit.ly/BibleRock. If you've misplaced your ballot, don't panic. In Washington, you can still print a provisional ballot online and drop it in any official ballot box by November 4th. When prayer just ain't cutting it for your legal needs, we suggest two things: vote and call Bible Law Group.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
No, it's not too soon to start holiday shopping. Ulta Beauty's early Black Friday event is happening now through November 22nd. Shop $10 beauty minis from brands like MAC and Too Faced. Take 30% off Lancome and Touchland fragrances and body mists. With new offers dropping every week, our associates can help you find the perfect gifts. Head into Ulta Beauty today to shop our early Black Friday event. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is The Huddle.
The handoff inside. He's going to go! Touchdown! Seahawks!
Exclusive exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. Time to go inside the huddle.
A 2-hour Seahawks preview getting ready for Week 9 Sunday Night Football. Seahawks taking on the Washington Commanders. We have a bye in between, so feel free to include some Houston reaction in your guys' takes if you want. I figured we'd spend a good chunk of the show looking ahead to Washington, though. Unless you have something you want to add before we get started here. Takeaways from this team from the bye. No? I didn't think so. Let's talk about Washington. Let's look ahead. We're already excited here. Washington's a really interesting team. I can't tell how much of what they're experiencing, Dave, is because of a number of injuries suffered or if there's some real regression. I'm guessing a mix of both. The way I see Sunday night, though, is less specifically about how to beat Washington and more a chance for the Seahawks to make a big statement in the spotlight because they're a really good NFC team that I think deserves a bit more attention. So what does a statement look like?
Yeah, I think, especially the D-line, I just don't think that, I was watching NFL, this whatever the show was this morning with Kyle Brandt, and I heard a couple of people talking about the Seahawks, but for the most part, it was Niners and Rams as far as the NFC West goes. So, yeah, I think this is a chance to make a big statement against, hopefully Jaden Daniels will be in there. A lot of familiarity there with some of the coaching. You got Larry Izzo there, of course. Of course,
a lot of
Dan.
former Seahawks.
Yeah, a lot of ex-Seahawks like Bobby Wagner. So, yeah, it's going to be kind of an interesting one. But I think you're right, Stacy. I mean, I think that's kind of maybe they can really put their stamp on, especially the NFC, as being a contender here. Like people are going to start taking them seriously.
Bump, if they are able to make a statement, let's talk about how they can do it or what it looks like. Where are the opportunities against Washington?
I think, rule number one, you got to stop Jaden Daniels. I know he's coming back from injury. But when he gets loose, he is something special. That's something that is just hard to defend when a quarterback's able to do that. Defensively, man, I've been watching the tape, and I think it's just attacking the middle of the field. Like, you attack the interior defensive linemen. You attack the middle linebackers. You attack that third level. We're going to see some too high safety looks there. I think the middle of the field is open for business this week. So whether that be in the run game or the pass game, I feel like that's where the soft spot is with his defense, and I want to see how Kubiak decides to attack it.
Yeah, real quick, I would run right at Bobby Wagner. He still is doing the same thing, and it's really the way they have him play in the defense. Like he's just he's going to play backside. And he's going to make sure nothing leaks out the backside. But as far as going front side and taking on a guard and making a tackle at the line of scrimmage, it's not happening. Frankie Luvu does a good job with that. But I think the way that they're using Bobby is that you might be able to just attack him, go straight at him. But, they've always had a pretty good defensive line there. And I really like Luvu. And Bobby, obviously, his play speaks for itself. He gets lots of tackles, but I'm wondering if that might be the case. And then I'm looking at the other side on their run game. It kind of reminds me of what we ran here last year. There's a lot of shotgun, there's a lot of pistol, and then they're just kind of handing the ball off and having the running back look for a space, and they'll get like 3 yards, 4 yards, but I don't know. It just it made me happy that we have a new run game here and the way we're running the ball versus what they're doing.
I'm curious about, I agree with you. Bump's been telling me about it all week. Just that linebacker group in general, struggling in pass coverage. They're also an older defense, an older linebacker group, Von Miller and Bobby Wagner. Nick Ballore also in that group.
Yeah, that's right.
And also the defense has very clearly been a big part of the issue outside of injuries. This is not a low-scoring team. They're averaging 23 points per game, 24 points per game, but they're giving up just as much or a little bit more. I think I wrote down they're averaging 23 and they're giving up 24. So you're not going to win that way. But I'm curious whether it's the run game bump, whether it's Jaden Daniels, kind of the matchup with Seattle's defense here. Because Dave's right. This has been an exceptional defensive front for Seattle. What about facing Daniels, though?
Yeah, Daniels is he's a special cat. He scrambles the most out of any quarterback, 13% of the time. I'm going to do a preview for the Hawks after this, so I'm kind of spilling the beans on this, some of my research. But 13% of the time he scrambles with the rock. This is the third-ranked rushing offense in the NFL. But if you just take away the rushing yards by the quarterback, they drop down to 21st in the NFL when it comes to yards per game. Easier said than done. Kyler Murray has rushed for the most against this defense and 41 yards rushing as a quarterback. Then you have C.J. Stroud with about 25% as well. 25 yards as well. They're only allowing quarterbacks to run for about 17.8 yards per game. Granted, you haven't seen Daniels. Murray went for 41. So if they can just corral him, I don't think you're going to stop this dude from picking up first downs, but it's like the impact of those runs. Is it a third and short? Is it a third and long? Are you in the red zone? Like, if he wants to scramble and pick up first downs in their own territory, it's a bit different. It's going to be impossible to stop him, but the Hawks have shown they've done a good job against these running quarterbacks.
Okay, so we've got, speaking of Seattle's defense, Byron Murphy on his way over. And we'll make some room for him to corral with us here. Really curious to ask him about facing Washington, what they're seeing on tape. Also, Byron Murphy having an amazing start to the season,
my gosh.
Dave.
Yeah.
What are you
And finally, I'm really happy for him.
Yeah.
Marcus Lawrence as well. Like, I feel like those are two guys that really are doing things right and not getting the stats. And now you see Murphy starting to get, and that hustle sack that he had, I think it was the first play of the game against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yep.
That was just a great play, and he's really coming into his own. And, that's what happens when, you get in your second year and everything, all the things that you had to worry about as far as being a rookie and everything are gone. And that's typically when guys take off in their second year, just like Big Byron.
And Byron joining us right now. Byron, we were just talking not only about how great the defense has been this year, but that you particularly have taken, I don't want to say like a step forward. You're clearly talented, but you're just doing so much now, and it feels like every single week we're talking about a sack, a pressure, something that you're doing. What did you focus on this offseason?
Well, what I focused on this offseason, first thing was pass rush. I was really big on that this offseason. Just working on my moves, counter moves, my hands, and another thing also too, what I was more so focused on was, my communication. Just my communication on the field. I say my communication and really just understanding the game. Just knowing my opportunities, when to take them, what the offense giving me, things of that nature.
Tell us about your hand. You said you worked on stuff and pass moves and everything. And, I always say, like, Walter Jones was the best tackle here, but, like, everybody thinks, he's a big dude and strong and everything. But it was his feet and his hands, right? And that's the case with you guys. You guys constantly hand fighting. What were some of the things that you did, some of the drills did you get with like a jiu-jitsu guy or anything like that?
During the offseason when I was up here, I was getting with AD every single day. He had me in the boxing gloves, like weighted boxing gloves at that. So I was doing that. Literally, I did that every day in the offseason, just hitting the bags with them. Then I'd take them off, and then do it again. Just do it all over again. I did it every day. Yeah. Now my hands are just up all the time when I'm rushing. They're quick. Like, I can just feel the whole difference.
And you're ready for a fight. You never know.
That too.
Every down's a fight. Sure. Every down. Quarterbacks usually give linemen some gifts or something for protecting them or whatnot. The back end need to be giving y'all something because you guys are getting home with 4, right? You're allowing these guys on the back end to kind of do what they're doing. Do you have conversations with the back end about the pressure you guys are creating?
We have conversations. We tell them, y'all cover. We rushing coverage. You go hand to hand. Whenever it's good coverage and good rush, great things happen on the field. So most definitely we communicate to our back end. They communicate to us. And then always positive feedback. No matter what it is, no matter if it's a negative play or a great play.
People have been so impressed and keep talking about the pressure that you guys have been able to bring while not blitzing. What is it about this defense? Like, what's that look like? What's the plan? If you could break it down to someone who doesn't get it, what would you say?
Well, it's really just rushing as one, and the way we prep, before the game, during the week, to just determining where the slide's going to, just knowing the center point and everything. Like I said, everybody just being on the same page. So, when you on the same page, you just rushing as one, man, it's hard. It's hard to stop 4 guys that can rush and get to the passer, especially when you already have your mind on what you're doing. You're not even thinking, you're just going.
How did you feel coming back the second year? We were kind of talking about it as you walked in here and that was the biggest jump I made. I know coming back that second year, it was like, I don't know, everything just became kind of natural and sort of second nature. Is that kind of what you felt? And, just tell us about that transition and how much better you felt coming back.
Most definitely. Coming into year 2, I just wanted things to be different, how I prepared off the field, as far as film study, the way I hydrate, just the little things, sleep and everything, recovery. So I took that. I took that very important going into year 2, and I'm doing a much better job with that. And on the field wise, like I said, communication and everything, and just knowing my ops, and knowing formations, backfields.
To a certain guy, because I would imagine going against y'all, you got Jay Reed, you got Leo, you got Law. It's like, where y'all going with that? Is there a tendency, or do you see something different every week?
Well, it'd be different every week, probably, I'll say. But most of the times, depending on where the back line up at, that's where the center going. Center sliding away from the back, or center, he like the point. Right. We go off the center point, or they sliding to 99.
Yep.
We know that if they're not doing anything else, we don't get no point, or they ain't going off the back. It's the slide going to 99.
Yeah, for sure.
Speaking of everyone up front and you guys just being like an absolute menace, I'm sure, for opposing offenses, I feel like at least in covering some of the better defenses here, there are always guys that genuinely get along, right? Because so much of communication is just knowing what someone, like, I feel like I know what he's going to do here, and I know what he has to do, but I think I know what he's going to do. You guys hang out? You know each other well? Like, what's the chemistry like?
Man, it's like a family. Like, we like brothers, especially the front 4, and just in general the D-line room, period. It's like, man, it's like family. Mm-hmm. We're very close. We try to hang out outside the building, whenever we can, whenever we got free time. But, man, we know each other very well. We talk to each other each and every day. Always cracking jokes, playing, shadow boxing, the whole nine. Mm-hmm.
So who is sort of the leader there in that D-line group, or is it not just that way? Is it a couple of guys?
It's a few guys. We got Leo, D-Law, Jay Reed, Chinna Nwosu, them guys, they're great leaders. My main 2 leaders is Jay Reed and Leo, because, when I first got here, they took me up under their wing right away. So just seeing them guys, seeing how they work, how they go about their business, just being a pro, and it helped me a lot. And I'm still learning, still figuring things out. But that's another reason, too, I'm having the season I'm having.
You should know that Jaron Reed really likes you.
Yeah, I like him. That's big bro.
He comes in here. Remember, he had the one interview where he's
that will edit
he's
for air.
Strong as bleep, and he's as bleep, and
he was. I love Jay Reed though, man. Jay Reed and Leo, they're my boys.
Yeah,
I was warning people about you.
You mentioned change, right? Your second year, sure, you cut your hair, the sleep, the food, all that. You got a baby now. Yeah. Halfway through the season, man. How's your body feeling? How's the mind feeling?
Man, I'm feeling good. In my mind, man, I'm just trying to stay positive, And also, too, just stay prayed up. Keeping God first in everything I do in life, period. I feel like as long as I got him, and I'm good mentally, physically, and spiritually, and everything else is going to take care of itself.
Yeah.
I like the story that your mom wanted you to play defense.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us that again.
Wait, what's that story?
So I used to play running back growing up. I love running back. Like, that's where my heart was at. Like, I just knew I was going to be a running back. I knew off rip because I was so good at it growing up. And I played running back from Little League all the way up to 9th grade. So after 9th grade, my mom told me, we riding in the car one day. She was like, you're not playing running back no more, right? I'm like, what? She's like, you're not playing running back no more. You're playing defense. I just broke down and started crying. But that was the best thing.
She knew.
That was the best thing.
She did.
That was the best thing for me.
Yep.
Better to hit than get hit.
Yes.
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay, well, my last question's kind of dumb. We were debating Halloween candy earlier. It's just an easy thing to get to. Bump has a horrible take that I will not tell you because I'm curious about
Twizzlers
yours.
ain't
Don't
bad.
stop. Just
Everything
hang on. Hold on.
Twizzlers, they trash.
Thank you. Thank you, Ness. Everyone knows.
Why
I don't
they
even
still
know.
in business?
What do
then?
they even taste like?
Why is cherry?
Okay.
Cherry.
Byron.
They have no taste.
Bump, it's
Best
four
and
to
worst
1.
Halloween candy. Best and worst. Number 1 seed Halloween candy, and then what would you be like? Absolutely not. No, thank you.
Number 1 Halloween. I got 2.
Okay, great.
Reese's.
That's correct.
Twix.
That's absolutely correct.
Yep.
The worst is the worst candy. It might be Twizzlers.
Candy
Thank you.
corn. It's candy corn.
No, candy corn.
Candy
No,
corn.
candy
corn.
She
No, but
likes
when's the
candy
last
corn.
time you guys have actually had candy corn?
That's why
I haven't had it since
20 years ago.
I think, but what I
yeah.
told him, I think the formula is a little different. I think they fixed it. I think I had some recently. I ate the whole bag. I ate the whole
Take
bag.
the L like I just took the L.
Yeah, that's candy corn.
How
Byron-
sick were you after eating all that candy corn? Come on.
I didn't feel good.
Yeah.
But it was worth it. You've been very gracious with your time, and you've also been phenomenal to start this season. It's been really fun to watch you, and we've enjoyed being able to talk to you about it so far. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be back with you guys in just a few minutes. You're listening to The Huddle.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. It's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowes.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206
206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Selling cars is a really easy business. It's complicated by really bad dealers. And why do we do that? Well, because we think that the less information we give and the more that we can dictate it on our terms, the more profitable we'll be. And what we found is that this is the exact opposite. The easier we make it, the more information we give, the more comfortable customers are in doing business with us. Now, that one transaction, we might make a little bit less on, but it's not the one. It's that one that leads to the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. It's not the one individual. He's like, but you never get to the spouse, the parents, the kids, the friends, if you don't take care of them first.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7. So you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Brandon Pili going to join us in less than 10 minutes. Quickly here, let's talk about Jaxon Smith-Nijgba on pace for a record season and what he has a chance to do in this game. Dave, earlier you mentioned that, and Bump, that the linebacker group is susceptible to maybe being beaten with pass coverage in particular. Are there opportunities here for JSN, who's 181 yards away from a 1,000-yard season, to have another big day?
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't, to the point now where I don't think there's any defense that he can't get catches against. I mean, it's amazing how quickly he's able to, understand, like, in a zone where to settle down, and then just, the way the connection with him and Sam is just unbelievable. But yeah, he's just such an interesting player to me because, again, not physically overwhelming, but he's one of those guys that just always catches the ball. I thought maybe one of the most awesome things I've ever seen was him dunking the ball over the goalpost. Because what is he, 6 feet?
Yeah, if that.
Mm-hmm. And he didn't even load up for that jump. He was like running and just
pure athleticism.
Yeah, I mean,
explosive,
just incredible. And you saw a flash of that in the Rose Bowl. I can't remember if they were playing Oregon,
Utah.
It was Utah. That's right. Where he gets over 300 yards receiving. I mean, he's just an amazing player. And also, if you look at the 2 receivers that are at Ohio State right now, and then all of the other guys like Olave and McLaren and everybody that's in the NFL, it is unbelievable. Ohio State, the receivers that they put out.
Ohio State, LSU, and Bama the last 10 years have put out the best
Wasn't
the best
USC
receiver
there
groups
for
ever.
a minute and then
back in my day, with Steve and Mike Williams and Dwayne Jarrett, but
not as much lately though. Yeah. Might have an Ohio State matchup today against your cornerback too in Washington. Did Lattimore go to Ohio
Lattimore?
State? I
I don't know. I think it might be LSU guy actually.
All right. Once again, LSU making an appearance. All right. Well, Brandon Pili lost a bet, and we're going to ask him about it next.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Raible, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into a huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Eamon-Wari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and it's time to make the final push to the end of the year. Do you want to lose weight, improve your health, and have more energy? We have a proven system and a team of health coaches that have helped over 4,000 people in Washington lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, just teaching you how to become a fat-burning machine and keep it off long-term. Visit EastsideWeightLossClinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Yeah, it's Mike Salk here. And just like writing that essay back in high school or maybe in college, starting, that can be the hardest part. Well, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic makes it as easy as possible. They helped me lose 35 pounds in just 60 days. A no-pressure, free 15-minute phone consultation. See if it's right for you. And if it is, you got nothing to lose but the weight itself.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. That's EastsideWeightLossClinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary. Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering a comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value for just $99. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends November 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report.
No big, just a loose gas cap.
And gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
No, it's not too soon to start holiday shopping. Ulta Beauty's early Black Friday event is happening now through November 22nd. Shop $10 beauty minis from brands like MAC and Too Faced. Take 30% off Lancome and Touchland fragrances and body mists. With new offers dropping every week, our associates can help you find the perfect gifts. Head into Ulta Beauty today to shop our early Black Friday event. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN. Seattle Sports.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
All right, Brandon Pili joining us right now on the huddle. It's a defensive day, defensive theme. Brandon, look, I don't mean to start this out so hostile, but what's up with this bet that you guys had with Julian Love?
So
what happened here?
USC and Notre Dame got a big rivalry, so we had to put a little something on the line, and for them it was gear, so we had to wear that, and kind of embarrassing.
So he chose the leprechauns, and you guys were just like, you have to wear a USC outfit, like you have to wear the whole uniform.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really have it really planned out too much, but no, we will now. You know what I'm saying? They put us in them leprechaun gear.
Got to get them back.
So, they're going to be in full Trojan gear next year for sure. Sword and all.
Yeah.
I played against your running back coach when he was at USC, Kennedy.
Yeah.
Polamalu. That dude was like a guard in the backfield, man. He was huge.
Oh, yeah.
How is it does that happen a lot with as far as the rivalries and having little bets and things like that? I mean, how many of those?
I would say so. Around the league, yeah. Rivalry schools and people from, rivalry schools playing together now, it's still still got that rivalry from college kind of still lingering. So people like to make bets a lot, and it's all right.
Man, so you're originally from Alaska.
Yes, sir.
You played ball up there.
Yep.
Not a lot of folks up there. Some told me you played offense, defense, specials, everything. What was that high school ball like for you up there? And then you went to Oregon, though, right?
Yeah. So started playing football when I was 8. I just fell in love with the physicality and the ins and outs of the game. You know what I'm saying? And but high school ball in Alaska was a little tougher than most people might think. You know what I'm saying? Because it's definitely hard to get noticed out there because not a lot of college coaches come out there to recruit and stuff. But we had there's a big Polynesian community in Alaska. So, what I'm saying, there was I think my senior year when I had moved out to Oregon, there was a team in Alaska whose offensive line averaged, I think, 320 pounds in Alaska. So I was like,
did they win state?
I'm not sure.
That line, man.
It was a big line, though.
Yeah.
That's crazy. What was that transition like, going from Alaska, playing football there, down to Oregon, stay on the West Coast, obviously, for school?
It was a lot. I think the game speed and everything was a little faster.
Yeah.
But as far as like the talent goes, I think there's pretty good talent in Alaska that a lot of people don't know about, and unfortunately never will because nobody wants to freeze up there to go recruit. So.
Well, except for you being in the league right now.
Yeah.
We're learning about it now.
Yeah.
Hey, so tell us about the rest of that D-line group. We just had Byron Murphy in here, and he was talking about that group. And you guys, I feel like, first of all, you have like the most tenured players. You got guys with double-digit careers and everything. It seems like it's kind of the leadership sort of focus on this team. Tell us about that. What you've learned from guys like Jaron Reed and DeMarcus Lawrence and Big Cat.
Yeah, man, having those guys in the room is such a big blessing to, especially a young player like me, that hasn't really established himself as a dominant player in this league. And to learn from those guys it's huge, It's everything because they give you little tidbits here and there that can really help your game moving forward. And, from Leo, I just got, all around kind of things from him, like little tidbits here and there with formations, you know what I'm saying, when to take your shots, when not to. And then from D-Law, I just play with your hair on fire, man. That guy just goes 100% every play and hits everything that he, is in his path. And then you got Jay Reed, which he hits everything in his path too, but that dude's strong, man. That dude's real strong. It's hard to replicate what he does because he's so strong, but, I try to add, the physicality to my game that he has.
You got an interesting just football background, man, because, obviously I'm older than you, but not only were you in Alaska, you moved to Oregon, all right, then you go to Cali, and I tell people I'm from L.A., so
yeah.
They go to SC, I'll be like, make sure you know where you at SC. You made a wrong turn.
Yeah.
You're in the wrong spot.
Oh, yeah. You got to know where you're walking at. You got to know what colors you're wearing.
Exactly.
It's crazy down there.
I tell people all the time, go check it out and talk to people first.
Yeah.
But you're also part of that COVID season, man.
Yeah, that was.
I couldn't imagine going through that. What was that like?
Yeah, it was pretty tough. I mean, we had like 6 months off, so I just went back home and was spending a lot of time with the family since, I think that was my junior year, and I hadn't gone back, in a while to spend time with the family, just been focused on football. So having that little break was nice, you know what I'm saying, to be with the family, but being away from football was kind of hard. It was tough not being able to, and building that team dynamic together. We weren't allowed to, be together, and just the mask was terrible too. Yeah. Trying to work out in a mask, oh my goodness, that was terrible.
Yeah. This defense is really flourished by being, Mike McDonald's described it as like we're an 11-man rush, like we're a full defense, we're all working together. Does it ever feel different to you? Like, I don't know. I mean, I would imagine it's different to be able to feel like there's so much depth. There's easier to rotate. Like, do you kind of feel that you're, I don't know, I want to say moving as one. That sounds like such a dumb question, but do you know what I'm asking? Like, do you feel
I know exactly
what
you mean. You can, and when you've been a part of a lot of different teams, and then you've been a part of successful teams, you know what that kind of dynamic looks like. And, I feel like everybody on our defense has the same kind of mindset, you know what I'm saying? And it doesn't matter who's out there on the field. We don't drop in production, you know what I'm saying? It's next man up, and everybody's held at the same standard.
Yeah, tell us, like, some of the training. We were just talking to Byron Murphy about, like, his hands and feet. We were talking about for big guys, a lot of people think it's like the bench press and all that.
Yeah.
It's your feet and your hands, right?
Oh, yeah.
So what kind of stuff do you do to get better? And what have you learned, being in Miami and now here in Seattle about that part as far as the training goes?
Yeah, it was so the technique that that my coached in Miami my rookie year he was the assistant defensive line coach at USC my freshman year. So we kind of already had a little connection, and I had already practiced those techniques a little bit. So I got familiar, and I'm a pretty quick learner. I pick up on things pretty quick. So, and having guys like Zach Sealer, Christian Wilkins, and all that helped me a lot too.
Tell me about your family. You got a big family, small family? What's the dynamics?
Big family, yeah. Man, I'm having trouble counting them now. I think there's,
you think?
I want to say 11 of us total.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm the oldest of 9.
Dang.
Yep. My second oldest is my sister, she's in the WNBA right now.
Really?
She's actually playing overseas in Australia.
What school she go to?
She went to USC for a couple years, and then she transferred to Utah.
That's who it is. Yeah. She got the tat on her leg.
The leg tattoo.
She's nice, man.
Yeah, she's tough. She's a baller, man.
I did not know that was your sister. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's my little sister.
That's dope.
But yeah, so she was with me at USC for a couple years, transferred out to Utah, and just got a fresh start there, and took them to the Sweet 16 her first year, and dropped 37 on South Carolina her second year.
Yep.
Yeah, she's a hooper.
That's dope.
Brandon Pili, kind enough to join us for the huddle. Brandon, thank you so much for taking the time, man.
Thank
we really
you.
appreciate it. Been fun to get to know you a little bit more. The latest from Sam Darnold coming your way next.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfield. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game, Sunday, November 9th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, October 28th through November 3rd. Details and rules at seattlesport.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports. You are listening to The Huddle with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacy Rost. Anytime you preview a game, you got to talk about the quarterback. So let's hear from the quarterback himself, Sam Darnold, speaking with reporters now.
You know, going up against this team, really veteran group, smart football team, really well coached, all those things. So we got our hands full as an offense just to, you know, be able to execute on every play. You know, they make it really tough on every play. Yeah, we're just going to go out there and execute and do everything that we can to, you know, do everything every single down that we can to execute and move forward from there.
As you took a little time reading the bye to sort of evaluate so far, where do you feel like this offense is, and what do you want to see the next step be?
Yeah, I think, you know, I think for us it's just every single play having attention to detail, and I think that starts with me. You know, being able to move the ball forward, you know, the first and second down negative plays, I think just continuing to move the ball forward was a big point of emphasis for us. And whether that's, you know, when we run the ball or throw the ball, getting 2-3 yard gains as opposed to getting into those 2nd and 10s or 2nd and 11 pluses, you know, that can make it tough. For an offense, because the defense, you know, gets into some of their longer distance calls and can make life a little bit harder for us. So I think just staying positive on 1st and 2nd down was a huge key looking back at the bye week.
Coaches tend to use this time to self-scout and review how things go. You as a player, do you take any of this time to kind of review things, or are you just recuperated?
Yeah, I look at some stuff fundamentally, mechanically, stuff that I can do better. But more importantly, I think it's just being able to take a step back, recoup from, the previous weeks and in the season and the bumps and the bruises that, you get, throughout the course of the start of the season. So it was just getting the mind, the body right to be able to go on this, long stretch of games that we got coming up.
You've mainly avoided negative plays. You talked about avoiding those in general. You've mainly avoided those this season. You had a couple that I'm guessing you'd like back against Houston.
Mm-hmm.
What was different on those plays that you noticed?
Yeah, I think for me, like I was kicking myself a little bit, especially after the sack fumble. Just got to be situationally aware in that. Just understanding where we are on the field, understanding that they have a really good defense called against what we got in terms of our play call, and being able to either just dump it down to AJ on the check down. Maybe he gets the first down, breaks the tackle, and gets the first. Worst case scenario, we're punting the football. So just understanding the situation that way.
We saw you end up on the injury report yesterday. Is that anything serious at all for you? Or?
No, I'll be good.
Is that from Al Shayer on the sidelines?
I don't know what it's from. Just woke up a little sore the next day.
Jaxon got Player of the Month. I know we've asked you about him a lot because he keeps putting up these numbers, but
yeah.
I mean, just your thoughts on him winning that and just what he did through the first 7 games of the season.
Yeah, I think we talk about it every week, it feels like now. Just, Jax being a really good player and understanding kind of, his role. He's a great player, but when they do want to take him away, other guys are going to be able to, shine a little bit. So understanding that, Jax does a really good job of understanding the plan every single week. His mindset going into every single game. I feel like he's so clear on what we're doing as an offense and what his role is as a receiver. So, I can't speak highly enough about that guy. But it really starts with days like today with the way that he prepares.
You've been sacked 9 times all season. You were sacked 9 times in your last game against with the Vikings. How has that happened?
I think, first of all, it's a credit to the guys up front. Those guys doing a really good job protecting, communicating certain looks that are really tough to pick up. And I feel like our backs, our tight ends as well in protection are doing a really good job when needed. And then, when it comes to myself, just being able to get the ball out. And again, that's what I said kind of on that sack fumble against Houston. It was a play where I felt like I could have got the ball out, and just understanding situationally, like when the play might not be in our favor, after holding on to the ball a couple seconds and going through my progressions and being able to just get the ball out.
You've obviously played with, like, last year with Justin and things like that. How much can defenses really try to take one receiver out of a game, with Jaxon and the way he's doing, and maybe defenses try to adjust to him?
Yeah, I feel like, defensive coordinators and all the different coverages and the pressures that we see nowadays is so nuanced. And I feel like a lot of coordinators really like to switch it up, and especially with guys like Jax and with Justin and, Jamar, all these guys around the league, sometimes you got to play different coverages to them, because if you just line up in the same coverages, sometimes, that leaves you one-on-one opportunities. But then again, like, there's really good defensive backs as well in the league that make their money guarding the best receivers. So sometimes as a defensive coordinator, you got to trust that as well. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it, but for us, it's just going out there, executing, and having a game plan for it.
There's a lot of check with me stuff, it seems like, in this offense. How's your freedom at the line of scrimmage compare in this system versus other systems?
Yeah, I feel like it's very similar. Going up to the line of scrimmage with 2 or 3 plays, depending on the situation or the game, how the flow of the game is going. So, I would say, the freedom to be able to, get to a different play and whatnot is pretty similar to the last couple systems I've been in.
Do you feel your ability to make that choice has improved or changed?
Yeah, for sure. I think just understanding defensive tendencies, understanding myself, the cadence that I use and different things. So and that's part of the bye week as well, the self-scout, part of that, being able to understand what my tendencies are as a quarterback, my cadences, all that. So just understanding that as a player is huge, to be able to undress some of the defenses that we see.
I feel like as the season's progressed, you've gotten more comfortable with the offense in terms of throwing the ball downfield, not necessarily settling, but you're taking more shots. You're giving these guys chances on more of those 50-50 balls.
Yeah, I think, that starts with communication, right? I feel like, I've gotten to know, Clint and Janoko and, the coaches and a lot of the players as well, more and more as the season goes on. And, the ownership of the offense is only going to improve when that communication and you have that open dialogue. So, I feel like it's just going to continue to grow and get better.
Cooper Kupp was asked yesterday about being the first guy in, kind of all the work he puts in studying, and he brought up the point, he wasn't always the biggest guy coming up or the most physically gifted, so he felt like he needed to give himself that mental edge. How much do you notice that when you talk to him, sit down and meet with him, that he just possesses that? Yeah, no, he's just as much as we talk about Jax every single week, I feel like we talk about Coop being a really smart player that just understands the game at a different level, and it's part of his experience, but it's also a huge part of the work that he puts in behind the scenes. And I know he doesn't necessarily like to talk about it. That's what we're for. We're here to talk for him and tell you guys how much work he puts in. So no, he's a great teammate, first and foremost, and that's I feel like that's really where it starts, is just how great of a teammate he is and what he's willing to share with the group in terms of like how much football knowledge that he has.
In terms of the tendencies and stuff, the self-scouting you're talking about, is there a certain coach, maybe your position coach, that breaks that down for you during the bye, or someone else? Yeah, no, there's a ton of the coaches on the staff do a good job at understanding kind of what some of the tendencies are, looking at TV copies, all that stuff. Can you guys tell in real time, like when they picked up on a tendency or a cadence or something like that, or is it a film thing? Yeah, I mean, there's, certain times in the game where, the O-line will come up to me like, hey, let's switch up the cadence. They're getting a big jump. That's a big one. I feel like that's kind of pretty standard around the league with, guys getting a jump. You got Leo back there studying my tendencies and what I'm doing during camp. And so, they're doing it, times two, as they're getting ready to play us as an offense in the regular season.
Sam, in terms of third down efficiency, how do you not make first down, overemphasize that, yet make it important?
Yeah, I think every down's important, first of all. I think, it's on first down, like I said before, you want to have positive plays. You want to keep the ball going forward. When you start to move, back, you get in those second and longs, that's when the defense can kind of pin their ears back and understand that we got to pass the ball. In those certain situations, we like to try to keep the defense, on their toes a little bit, still, even if we get in those second and longs, kind of. But, I think for us, it really is, and for me personally, it's about just keeping the ball moving forward, getting in those second and manageables, 3rd and 5 or less, if we can, to, really, like I said, just keep the defense on their toes.
Do you feel like, Scott, how much are you spending in mechanics? Do you take a look at that, your mechanics also? I mean, I get the defense and the coverages, but how much then do you take a look at bye week, your footwork, your shoulder, all those things?
Yeah, that's a huge part of my game, especially during the bye week. Take a look at my mechanics, understanding certain throws that I'm missing consistently, and just being able to, talk with the coaches and understanding a plan to kind of attack some things that I might necessarily not be doing the best.
Sam, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Let's hear from receiver Jaxon Smith-Nijgba. JSN speaks with reporters live from Seahawks headquarters next.
Hawks Live. Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years of living in our home, our window seals started breaking. That's when I called Harley Exteriors. They're huge fans of our teams and regular listeners at the station, but what really sold me was their Olympic Series windows, built right here in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. They're beautiful windows that last up to 60 years, and they'll help with noise, too. Harley Exteriors knows you've been spending a ton on playoff tickets, so they have a special deal for Seattle sports listeners. No interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off, and take another $200 off your entire project. They're the friendliest team and so easy to work with. You call the number, and the person on the other line asks, "How can I make you smile today?" Just give them a ring and tell them you heard our ad. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
At Bible Law Group, we know how important voting is. That's why we're partnering with Seattle's own rock star Aaron Jones to rock the vote Thursday, October 30th at the Queen Anne Beer Hall. Vote and enjoy delicious smash burgers with Aaron and local bands by getting your ticket at bit.ly/BibleRock. If you've misplaced your ballot, don't panic. In Washington, you can still print a provisional ballot online and drop it in any official ballot box by November 4th. When prayer just ain't cutting it for your legal needs, we suggest two things: vote and call Bible Law Group.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Stacy here. And if you're in the market to sell your car or explore getting a new one, I have to tell you about the coolest thing. It's Wayscar Ford's Vehicle Profit Sharing Program. Here's how it works. You sell them your old car at fair market value. You can sell it that day, get paid right away. The whole thing takes about 30 minutes. Then when they resell it, they split the profit 50-50 with you. It's not a consignment. It's a way for a trusted local dealership to avoid things like auction fees and then split savings with an actual customer. Listen, I am someone who sold an old car years ago and got completely ripped off. It was also later involved in a crime. I don't have enough time to tell you about it. It's another story for another day. But I wish I would have known about this program, and it's why I'm telling you about it now. Other people are finding out Wayscar Ford just surpassed sharing over $1 million with customers who have sold them their cars. Sell your car for top dollar and get a share in half the profit when Wayscar Ford resells it. Why would you want to sell your car anywhere else? Wayscarford.com. That's Wayscarford.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is The Huddle.
The handoff inside to Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. Time to go inside The Huddle.
Sam Darnold starts under center. Horton wide to the right side. Play fake. Darnold has time. Gonna let it fly. JSN is out there. JSN has it. Touchdown! Seahawks! A spike in the end zone and a 61-yard rocket to number 11. JSN puts 6 more on the board for the Hawks. And that's how you loosen up that defense that is fighting you tooth and nail at the line of scrimmage. You throw over them, and the Seahawks explode for a big touchdown reception and go on top.
JSN is leading the league in receiving yards, has a chance to reach the 1,000-yard mark this weekend. He was also named NFC's Player of the Month. How does he feel getting that honor? He spoke to reporters today.
What's going on?
How was your bye week?
It was great. It was great, relaxing. Got to watch some football, chill, take a couple days. It was good to replenish and get ready for Sunday night.
There was a person who covers the Commanders who said this morning, you can't lose to Sam Darnold at home on national TV. How aware are you guys of the perception of Sam and you know what he's doing this season to defy that?
All I can say, you know, in this building and, you know, for me, I think Sam is, you know, a great quarterback. You know, I love playing with him. I love, you know, his leadership and, you know, the role that he has on his team. And the confidence I have in him is at the absolute highest. You know, can't get more confident in my quarterback going out there and doing his thing and us being together, you know, trying to win games. So, yeah.
Player of the Month, what does that mean to you?
It's special, man. It's special. You know, football, it takes everyone, you know, so, you know, I want to, you know, give that out to my team, honestly, because, you know, without, you know, defense giving us opportunities and O-line doing their thing, Sam doing his thing, like it's bigger than me. So I just appreciate, my teammates, coaches, and the fans. So that's what it means.
How aware are you of like just the significance of like the stats that you're putting up and the kind of pace that you're on and what could be? Do you think about that stuff at all?
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. Honestly, that's a mindset, you know, I have. So I'm just grateful for today. Have the opportunity to come out here on Thursday and prepare for, you know, Sunday night. And like I said, anything can happen. And that's kind of the mindset I have, just a day-to-day, get better. You know, how can we go 1-0? How can I be there for my teammates, be there for Sam, you know, when that time comes. So that's really the mindset that I have.
Had you pre-planned that dunk on the post? Have you ever done that before?
No, I never done that in the game. It was just spur of the moment. Yeah, it was just really spur of the moment. I felt like I had a dream a couple days ago. I was doing pull-ups on the goalpost, but so maybe that spiked it, the imagination a little bit, and yeah, but it was really spur of the moment.
Did you know you might get fined for it, or?
When I came down and landed, I was like, yeah, I'm getting fined. Yeah, I knew.
Money well spent?
You know, yes and no, but yeah, low key, yeah.
What do you think? I mean, just feels like they fine you for that. Yeah, that plays everywhere. Like the NFL's used it on their social media and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. The message they send that they fine you for that, yet they seem to enjoy the fact that you did it.
Yeah, we had conversations about that, and you know, trying to figure it out. But at the end of the day, that's something that I can't do, and I have to know. But yeah, I guess they can do whatever they want with that.
You went up against Derek Stingley, and obviously you know how good of a cornerback he is. As you kind of keep crossing guys off the list that you're having good games against, how's that affecting your confidence about, okay, what's the next step for me as a player?
Yeah, I mean, my confidence is definitely grown. I think, you know, going against Josh Jobe and Devin Witherspoon and Reek Woolen, you know, I feel like I've seen every look. You know, those guys present a great challenge, and I feel prepared, honestly. So, whenever I'm out there, I'm not really thinking about, who's across from me, honestly. Just really get the job done at this point. And, yeah.
You and Spoon have...
JSN.
What kind of receiver?
Yeah.
He can do, or I can do anything you ask, honestly. I can do anything you ask. I'm going to get open. He's a receiver that's going to get open, catch the ball, and do his job, whatever his job is.
You and Spoon have been close since you came in as rookie. He's missed a lot of time this year. Have you seen him handle that, and then just getting to be out on the practice field again, going head-to-head with him this week?
Yeah, it's great to see Spoon out there, competing. We got some good one-on-one reps. He's looking good. I'm happy for him. But he's the ultimate professional, when it comes to this. And I know he wants to be out there really bad. And but the way he supports his teammates and supports this building is, it's one-of-one type stuff. So, to have him on the team is very special, and is a captain, that we need. And I'm excited for him to get back.
And what ways does going against Josh in practice prepare you for what you see on Sunday, maybe particularly with how he plays at the line?
Yeah, he presents a lot. He's just, real patient and, real physical. He's a strong guy, athletic guy, and just his technique is his fundamentals are very pure, and, he does a great job.
How does that compare to the technique and the fundamentals of the guys you go against on Sunday?
Everybody has their own style, I would say, and it just prepares me to get through, all the hard stuff, honestly, to fight through it, to really sell, routes and get the DB off balance. So, like I said, it presents a tough challenge, and I've been seeing it since, May, June, and so, like I said, it's prepared us greatly.
There was an analyst who said he thought one of the things you do really well is your route is hard for people to figure out what you're doing, like whether you make it all look the same, basically.
Yeah.
Is that something you just kind of know how to do, or how do you?
Yeah, I mean, as a receiver, I feel like you have to be a salesman. You have to sell something, to get something, to get what you want, So me being able to marry up a lot of things and running sideline to sideline, vertical, has just opened up, a palette for me to, sell something. And right now you have to respect it. And that's where you see a lot of shifts and movement in that.
Is that a Brian Hartlineism?
You could say that. Development at the Ohio State. You could say that, going against those guys and just learning ball, talking ball all day long. You could say that, yeah.
You said you spent the bye week watching some ball?
Yeah, definitely. High school, college, NFL.
When you look around the league, how do you feel about where you guys are?
I feel like we got a lot of, work to do. Like Coop said a couple days ago, can't go to the playoffs with 5 wins. And that's something that, we all feel in this building, and something we just want to build and grow. We want to attack it week by week, be 1-0. And when we look up, get ready for the playoffs. So we feel good. We feel confident. We know who we are. We don't have to, change our identity. We can just keep stacking.
Do you feel like the run game is getting closer to where you guys want it to be?
Yes, I do. Overall, as an offense, honestly, we count on that. And I feel like in these next weeks, you're going to see us just get better and better in all aspects on offense.
Anything else, guys?
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jax. Thank you.
Coming up next, voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible, joins us. This is The Huddle.
Brock and Salk.
The big story that came out the other day about the NBA players and what's going on with Terry Rozier. Did you hear the second story that came out? Heat's Terry Rozier faced $8 million tax lien from IRS in 2023. I don't know why Terry Rozier did this, allegedly, but I can look at a guy who had an $8 million tax lien despite a $160 million salary and say he probably was betting away a lot of his money.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10 on Seattle Sports.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here with Luke Wilson, a local owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington.
Thanks, Rick. Just like October baseball, Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington is stepping up to the plate. Mention Go Seattle when you schedule and you'll score 15% off plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. This is your chance to swing big. This offer won't be around for extra innings.
Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, October 25th. Curated by racing legend Steve Saleen, this high-octane exhibition features icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. Don't miss it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
If your vibe is the earlier the better, Lowe's early Black Friday deals are a no-brainer. Get up to 35% off select major appliances, and rewards members get free delivery, haul away, basic installation, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select LG major appliances. Valid through 11/4. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. LG member offer excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, and Florida. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Back to the Huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible, joining us now as we get ready for Sunday Night Football. Seahawks taking on the Commanders, and Rabes, the Seahawks get to be on a big stage here for a second consecutive week in prime time. I think that they have a chance to kind of make a statement. We began our show by talking about what a statement could look like, or what things could make a statement for them. What kind of a performance, maybe specific players or a stat, do you think could make a statement for Seattle?
Well, obviously, a win is a statement in and of itself, because we all know how difficult it is to win on any given week in the National Football League. This team has played really well under the bright lights of either a Monday, Sunday, or Thursday, so I expect that with any luck, that will continue. But I think one of the things that you really need to see, or we need to see out of the Seahawks, and I think that Mike and the team needs to see, is that ability to finish. That ability to, when you got a team down, for lack of a better term, put your foot on the back of their neck and hold them down, and continue to score, continue to keep them from scoring, make life absolutely miserable for their quarterback, and end this game before it gets into the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. I think that's one of the things that they like to do, and one of the ways you do that is you control the ball offensively, let your defense rest, run the football well, and continue to make big plays. The one part of that the Seahawks haven't done as well as they'd like to is run consistently, and especially at the end of the game. So I hope that they can figure some of those things out during this bye week, and can practice them as we get into the game.
Yeah, Rabes, what's your assessment of the offensive line? I was just looking at the numbers, and they've only given up 9 sacks, which is second fewest in the league. That, now you mentioned it, they do need to get that run game going, and I do think they will get it going. But just so far, you got to look back and go, this has been pretty good for Sam Darnold, right? I mean, he got sacked 9 times in the game against the Rams in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, and Dave, as you know, it's anytime you're talking any of these statistics, it's in the context of everybody, the team. And I think one of the things that's really helped, hold down sacks is the fact that Sam throws so quickly, gets rid of the football, throws on rhythm, knows where he's going to go with the ball as he reads the defense. He's very accurate with his passes, as we know. I think it also stems from the ability of his receivers to get into their breaks and out of their breaks and give him an open target quickly enough that he can get that ball out. And he's not afraid to throw into tight windows. So all those things have helped the offense, I think, in holding down the sack numbers. But take nothing away from the offensive line. They have done, I think, a really good job in protecting Sam almost in every case. You can't keep a guy upright all the time. The more you can run the football, the more the play action passes work, the easier it is to protect your quarterback. It's when you have to get into the throwing game, drop back 7, and wait for something to develop so you can get the ball downfield. That's where you get into trouble. So all in all, I think the entire offense has done a really good job in keeping Sam upright.
Rabes, you might have, might have just answered this question. But is there a matchup that you're looking forward to seeing? Is it the offensive line and see how they've developed? Is it outside? Is it on the defensive side? Anything special?
Well, I am, as is Dave, and I think everybody who's a Seahawks fan over the years is a big fan of Bobby Wagner. Just the way he conducts himself, the way he handles himself, the leadership he brings, all those things. That said, he's not the Bobby Wagner of 2013 when we won a Super Bowl. I mean, physically, you just can't be at this point. If there's anybody close to that, it's Bobby Wagner. But, I'd like to see him I'd like to see him isolated a little bit on perhaps Zach Charbonnet coming out of the backfield and having to cover him sideline to sideline. Run him a little bit, wear him down a little bit. That's one of the ways that you kind of handle a really active inside linebacker. I was just looking at the stats. He has almost 30 more tackles than the second guy on their tackles list. So Bobby Wagner is still doing the job when it comes to putting people on the ground. Now, sometimes it comes maybe 6 or 7 yards downfield, but that's his job. Make sure nobody gets past him, and he's still a really good tackler that way. But I'd like to see us focus, maybe try to get some one-on-ones with him in coverage a little bit, maybe an A.J. Barner on a crossing route, because A.J.'s done that so well. I think everywhere else we match up really well. They've got some really good guys in the secondary. Marshawn Lattimore is good. Sandersville is good as well. And so I think they're going to challenge JSN and Coop and those guys in the secondary.
Speaking of the secondary, let's look at Seattle's. Some concerning news yesterday from Mike McDonald that Julian Love had a bit of a setback. Not only is his game status in jeopardy, but he could be placed on the IR, miss 4 weeks. Rabes, what was your initial reaction to that news, the news that they wouldn't be getting Julian back, at least as soon as we thought? And then kind of where did you go in terms of, okay, how do they get by without him?
Well, I can tell you, I was, as I always do in those meetings, the pressers that we had with Mike, I had my head down. I was writing as fast as he was talking on my notes. And as soon as he said that, I literally just stopped in my tracks and looked up, because all of us, I think, were assuming that Julian would be back along with Spoon and along with Hall and along with Oots on the offensive side. And so it was a surprise that he kind of had a setback. And we know these things happen. Anybody who's ever played, anybody who's ever had a hamstring injury from, going back to the days, when you're in grade school or something, those things are not easy to heal when you want them to heal. So whatever happened, it's unfortunate. I hope it doesn't mean an IR trip, because that's a minimum of 4 games. But if you've got one thing going for you, you've got a secondary that's played with a lot of the reserve players over the first half of this season. And, guys have done a really good job in there. Ty Okada, while it took him maybe a game or two to get up to speed where they really wanted him to be as a safety, because he's been so good on special teams, he has done a terrific job in that safety spot, knocked out a pass, sacked guys, made a lot of tackles, in on coverage. So he's getting more and more into being in that position, and I think they're very comfortable having him there. But it's not like having your quarterback of the defense, Julian Love, in there. So all we can do is hope that it's maybe a day-to-day or maybe a week or two, and not a full, kind of IR sort of situation for Julian.
Rabes, there's going to be a lot of familiar faces there as far as players: Nick Bellore, George Fant, Bobby Wagner, Tyler Ott, and then, you got Dan Quinn, Larry Izzo, Bobby Ingram, Ken Norton. I mean, it's almost like it's the Seahawks East. Anybody that you're looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, it was funny you mentioned that, because I wrote all those names down and then a few more. Scott Fitterer is in there, is their vice president of football.
Yeah.
He was here for 20 years. Great guy, really good assessor of talent. I love Bobby Ingram like a brother for a whole lot of reasons, and I can't wait to see him and just, throw an arm around him. Darryl Tapp, remember Darryl?
Yeah.
He was a defensive lineman for us. One of the great, really nice young men. Yeah. And he has made himself quite a career, starting out with the Eagles and now with Washington as a coach. He's doing a great job. Ken Norton, as you mentioned, Larry Izzo, Brian Schneider is there as the assistant special teams coach. So a lot of guys who have a lot of touch points with the Seahawks. It'll be fun to see them all. And I'm hoping that there's a chance, I guess, we could get some rain on Sunday night. I'm hoping not, because as you know, Dave, I melt, and so I won't. I literally won't. It makes my makeup run too, so I won't be out there on the field if it's raining, and hopefully we'll have a chance to see those guys.
Only radio broadcaster that does makeup.
I was going to say that makeup for radio. He's a pro, baby.
Yeah, that's it.
Voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible. Thanks, Ray.
Thanks, Rabes.
All right, guys. Talk to you.
He's a pro. Can't believe both of you thought the same thing.
My makeup for radio. All right.
Yeah.
That's
One
where,
of a kind.
yeah, those are like the people where it's like a home interview, but you're wearing a suit. You know what I mean? Like, that's just ethic. That's work ethic is what that is. That's grit and that's determination.
We had Arroyo come on our show a couple of weeks ago, and he was like, before he got on the headset, he was like combing his hair, and Bob goes to him, hey, you're on radio here. We don't, you don't have to worry about your hair.
You're cool.
And he looks at us and he goes, you two guys have a face for radio. I was like, oh my God, we got punked by a rookie.
Oh.
So I saw him the next day. I go, hey, that was really funny. He goes, man, I'm so glad that went over okay because I'm a rookie and, this and that. But yeah, I was like, wow, look at this guy. I like this guy.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to have John Boyle joining us at 45 after, and then coming up next, learning a bit more about the Commanders with ESPN's John Keim.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. And the best path at that point was to let's stop for the night and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Introducing the new ESPN Fox One bundle. Unlock all of ESPN and all of Fox One with one unbeatable price. Catch the biggest games, college football, NBA, NHL, and more on ESPN. Stream your faves, Big Noon Saturday, the World Series, and NASCAR on Fox One. All for just $39.99 a month. That's 20% off. The ESPN Fox One bundle. Offer valid for eligible subscribers only. Access content from each service separately. Savings compared to purchasing both plans separately. See stream.espn.com for complete terms and conditions.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. so we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports.
You are listening to The Huddle. Time for an opponent preview with ESPN Commanders reporter John Keim. John, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. I was looking over the Commanders team last night. A lot of familiar names for Seattle, which is pretty cool. But what I couldn't figure out is a question that I'm sure you guys have been discussing a lot. Are their struggles this year primarily just the result of being really banged up and having bad injury luck, or is there a real level of underperforming here?
You have to start with injuries, and you don't want to just give a team an excuse, right? But they've lost a number of starters. And here's the thing: health is everything in this league. And last year they were unbelievably healthy. The only starter who missed more than 8 games was John Allen. He missed 9, and he was back late in the year. So they really didn't have to deal with it like this. So last year, the next man up philosophy was kind of true. Okay, he's down, get another guy up. Well, this time it's almost like next group up. So that's the difference. So the number of injuries they've had has absolutely contributed to it. Terry McLaurin is their deep passing game. He'll miss his 5th game Sunday. So it just they have not had all 3 receivers available since week 2. The top 3 receivers available since week 2. And it just, and so, yeah, that's been a big disruption. They've lost 3 defensive ends, and they don't have much depth there now. So, that was a big issue, too. So it's a combination of that. And then you can look and say, okay, there is that. And then there's also some areas that, on defense, that were not performing well. And whether it was, some coverage breakdowns, you can't blame injuries just on that, because we heard all summer how well they were communicating, and then early on in the year they weren't communicating well. Why is that? Some of their run fits aren't great. Some of that could be new guys, but some of it is undisciplined. So there's an element to both. But I think the natural thing, or the most logical thing to look at, are injuries first and foremost.
John, when the Commanders picked up Debo, I started thinking about the personnel over there. Right, you got Terry, Debo, Austin in the backfield. Obviously, Austin and Terry have been going through some things. But now with Terry being out, I would assume they're going to lean on Debo to be that guy. But when I watch his game, he's not like a real route runner to me, just a great athlete who can make things happen. How do you feel like he's going to adjust into this role of being the number 1 guy?
Well, he's had to do that a few times this year because, again, McLaurin this will be his 5th game out. And then Noah Brown, other top 3 receiver, has been out since week 2. So that role has been what Debo has been trying to fill, and it's difficult because you're right. He's not a traditional type receiver. He's a guy that he can run better routes than people think, but that doesn't mean he's not Jaxon Smith-Nijgba out there running routes. All right. So but he's a guy that you want to get underneath and get him, because he's a bigger guy. Get him underneath, let him break some tackles, and make some big plays. And without the threat of the deep ball all the time, it's hard to do that. Now, a couple weeks ago against the Chargers, he had 8 for 96 with Jaden Dan as the quarterback, and that was, probably his best game. Since then, he bruised his heel. He's missed 1 game and has 7 catches for 26 yards, and the other 2 combined. So it's a difficult role, and I think having Jaden back will help. But it's still that's not the role he's best suited for.
John, we know that not all teams that are struggling or don't have the records they want are created equal. I look at Washington and I think some of these are I don't know if you can have a quality loss, but some of them are high scoring losses, right? You're talking about 27 points against the Falcons most of the time that at least gets you a win or close to one. Obviously a close loss to Chicago, 25-24. And I'm kind of not eliminating that game against Kansas City, but it's by far their lowest scoring contest. They didn't have Daniels.
Right.
So I guess my question is ultimately, I look at them and I still see them scoring points. What are some things that are working for them?
Yeah, and I think that's a good point too, because they had Jaden Daniels out for 2 games in a row, and they scored a combined 61 points against the Raiders and Raiders and Falcons. And so they, against Dallas, Dallas's defense stinks, but they moved the ball, and they should have had more than 22. They were in position, there were turnovers, et cetera. So that was a big deal for sure in that game. And Chicago, they easily could have scored more than 30. So they've moved the ball still well. What they're not doing, though, is doing it consistently. And they were really good in situational ball last year, 4th down situations, made it a ton. This year, not having success. Run game has been inconsistent, and without all the receivers out there, defenses are kind of definitely gearing up to stop the run, and they're doing a good job of it. But they still have. It's funny because I was looking at are they not getting as many explosive plays as last year? It's they're kind of about on pace for around the same, because they still have elements. They have a good play caller in Cliff Kingsbury. The offensive design is pretty good. And I think when you hit it right, you can still move the ball. I mean, against the Chiefs, they had almost 200 yards of offense in the first half. Problem is, they played a second half and they only had about 40. So, but they still can have success doing it. I just think that when you're matched up against a good defense, it just makes it harder to sustain that when you don't have enough threats out there, and that's what they don't have right now.
Hey, John, it's funny to me you said you're talking about the run game. I'm looking at the numbers. They're 3rd in the league overall. Last week against KC, only had 60 yards, but they got performances of 201, 163, 136. What is it about the run game that works when it's moving, and what happens when it's not putting up the numbers that you expect?
So, and a lot of that too is, I also parcel it out by running backs versus the quarterback run. So the other night, Mariota had about half that total on design runs. Now, but that's part of their game. So Jaden Daniels is a big threat with that. Now, a lot of his threat comes out of scrambles, and that adds another element to extending drives and some explosive plays. And I think the score oftentimes dictates that against Dallas and Kansas City in the second half. You can't run the ball because you're down by too many points. So a lot of, and then the other part is defense is gearing up again to stop it. They've seen heavier boxes lately, or just maybe more single high coverage, because you don't have to worry about guys beating you over the top at receiver. So it allows you to then focus more on the run. So it's a lot of elements add up for that. But when it's going well, they have the diversity. They're able to stay in the game, right? They're not behind by 15 points or more in the second half, so you can stay a little bit more balanced with what you want to do. I think Daniels out there provides another element, and I think it also creates maybe some gaps in the run, in the fits of the run game, that allows a guy like Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt to maybe get instead of getting 3-4 yards a pop, to hit some off for 15 to 20. They haven't gotten enough of those lately.
Yeah, you mentioned a lot of those injuries. Again, both defensive ends, your starting running back done for the season, and then you've got just starting safety that's on IR, set to come back, but obviously still some missing pieces. Has there been anyone who's been filling in, either a younger player or a backup, that's actually kind of blossoming where you can see some improvement over time?
Yeah, I think, yes, there are, just not at areas where I think it's going to be a huge difference. They have a left guard, Chris Paul, who has come in and done a nice job. Now, he came in for Brandon Coleman, who was a 3rd-round pick last year, who got benched after week 2, but Paul's filled in nicely. They have a linebacker, Jordan McGee, who not filling in for injury, but he's their 3rd linebacker. Well, they hadn't used a lot of 3 linebacker sets, but they used a ton of it against the Chiefs the other night because he's young, he's got some speed, and they need more speed at that position. And so, but it's not an injury. Well, his situation is kind of by default injuries, because they don't have certain guys in the edge. They're having to be creative with what they do up front, which allows them to maybe do some more 5 D-line sets where it's almost like a 3-4-5-2 set, right? But it allows them to go with a 3rd linebacker. So that's an indirect result of the injuries. But I think it's hard to look at other areas and say, well, this guy's playing great as a fill-in. I think that's part of the problem, is that certain guys they're not getting as much as they need from other areas.
John, this is the oldest team in the game. Do they embrace that? Are they aware of that?
Oh, they've heard of it. They've heard it a few times. And some of those old guys, like the punter, Tress Way, is in his mid-30s. They have a couple guys on special teams like that. So it's not like, but where they have a lot of guys, it's less. I mean, they have a lot of over 30 guys, but not all of them are like starters or, whatever.
Right.
But they have a lot of guys in that 29 range, like 29 and older. They have a lot. So, and a lot of that. So some of that goes back to some failed drafts when Ron Rivera was the head coach. They had from 2020 to 2024, 11 guys drafted in rounds 1 through 3. Only 2 of them remain, and most of them are not doing well elsewhere. So it's not like they gave up on guys too early. They just weren't that good. So like those drafts kind of push them to like you're trying to build through the draft, but you don't have a ton of picks. They had to trade some away. They traded a couple away. Then you have to get like older guys on 1-year deals. That was the way they went. So I think they did that because especially this offseason, because Jaden Daniels played the way he did. Like with this guy, you always have a chance to win. So rather than they didn't want to load up on. They had to load up on some of these older guys because they needed holes filled. I think they're trying to thread that needle between building through the draft yet trying to win now with Jaden.
ESPN Commanders reporter John Keim, kind enough to join us for an opponent preview here on The Huddle. John, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, John.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Have a good one. Let's take a look at what's going on for Seattle. Seahawks reporter John Boyle joins us next.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Raible, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Emanwari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
Guys, tired all the time, gaining weight, low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99. Or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
This Breast Cancer Awareness Month, choose care that puts you first. At Snoqualmie Valley Health, you won't wait weeks for a mammogram. Appointments are available now just 30 minutes east of Seattle. Experience the difference with advanced 3D mammography and our new Breast Health Suite designed for accuracy, comfort, and peace of mind. If you're 40 and older, yearly screenings are recommended, and no referral is needed if you haven't had a mammogram in the past year. Don't wait. Detect early. Schedule today at SnoqualmieValleyHealth.org.
Back to the Huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
John Boyle joining us now as we wrap up the Huddle and share some of our final thoughts. Let's start with looking at this game against the Commanders on Sunday night. Seahawks have the second best primetime record in the NFL since 2010. We also know they're great on the road. They've been absolutely fantastic there. What's the key to getting a win on Sunday night?
We're getting right into that, huh? I mean, to me, it's, they won despite 4 turnovers last week or before the bye. And offensively, they've looked so good in recent games, except when they get in their own way. So it's like, just stay out of your own way. Don't do the drive-killing penalties. Don't turn the ball over. And if they do that, I think this offense is good enough to score a ton of points. And we all know this defense is playing great right now.
How about the familiarity? It's kind of interesting, and this is one of those teams.
Yeah,
that has
coaching staff, players, so many familiar names.
Even like Bobby Ingram and Darryl Tapp.
Yeah,
But yeah, and as far as like Bobby, it's pretty unbelievable what that guy has done. As far as like the number of snaps that he participates in, and then just how long it's gone on. It's incredible. He's got to be the healthiest linebacker, I think, since Carlos Dansby. He was a guy that missed 7 in a 12 or 13-year career, but it's amazing.
I mean, to be that productive for now, he's in year 14, I believe, and 100 tackles every year. Is that 11 straight years where he's been first or second team All-Pro? Yeah, I mean, it's a remarkable career. Like Mike McDonald said this on Wednesdays, you're talking maybe a couple linebackers with a resume that match his all time. I mean, he's in that very upper echelon elite company, and it's cool to see him still doing it.
Coach McDonald said they're moving in the right direction. Mm-hmm. What do you think he means by that?
I just think he feels like, this time last year, you remember, they're coming, I mean, it was a little later with their bye, but they're coming out of their bye. They'd lost 5 of 6. They're still kind of trying to figure stuff out, and then they got rolling. And I think he just sees it as they found an identity. They know who they want to be. They're not perfect right now. They can run the ball better. There's things they can clean up for sure, but he just feels like they've, put themselves in a position where they can compete with anybody, and they're right there. You look at the standings, they're right in the thick of it in the NFC. So I just think he feels like this team is positioned to do some really good things.
He mentioned that when it comes to the run, too, saying we don't need wholesale changes. I really like what we're doing. We just need to keep attacking it. I felt like within that, he was implying that he was seeing improvement over the season. Are you as well?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it still hasn't been consistent enough, but I feel like the last couple games there's been a few more sparks where he's starting to see it a little bit, and I'm sure that's something the coaching staff, I mean, he's not going to give you specifics, but I'm sure that's something they looked at plenty over the bye week and trying to identify, what's working, what's not, how they can get better. So, yeah, I mean, they've made no secret since the minute Clinton Kubiak got here that they want to be a team that runs the ball, and they've been trying. I mean, they're up there in attempts. They just haven't found the success they want, but I'm sure they're going to keep working at it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ty Okada has really been kind of one of the heroes, right? I mean, he filled in, and, I just remember that very last game against Green Bay where he got that beautiful interception and felt like that play kind of carried him forward. And now, I mean, you see he's got a sack and a half. He's knocked down 3 passes. Seems like he's got 27 tackles.
Yeah.
I mean, of all the players, that you didn't expect, I mean, he might be one of the sort of unsung heroes.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you're talking about going into the season, you weren't even positive he's on the 53-man roster. He's kind of those guys you're debating how many safeties are they going to keep, and he's that guy. But then, with Julian Love hurt, he's been great. And it's, unfortunately, as we heard from Mike McDonald, Julian Love had a setback with the hamstring. So, he didn't rule him out, but it certainly sounds like we won't see him this week. So that's going to be more Ty Okada. And they really like what they've gotten out of him. He's physical. He knows this defense well, and it's what we've been hearing from John Schneider and Mike all along is this 70-man roster and everybody being important, whether it's a practice squad guy, a backup, or a starter, and he's kind of living, breathing proof of that right now.
How big is this game? I mean, we were talking about the 3-game stretch that's coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Niners and the Rams and us, we're both playing a game that you think you should win or could win, and then we're beating up on each other. So I'm looking at this next 3 games, and we might find out a lot about this division as a whole.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you look at the NFC standings, they all feel so big because there's so many teams right now with 2 losses, or in the case of Green Bay, a loss and a tie, where it's like, you're either gaining or losing ground just about every week based on, no one seems to be running away from this. So, yeah, I mean, you can't say any game in week 9 is must win. Like, you can recover from a loss for sure. But, yeah, you want to position yourself to control everything and be in a good spot when you play those division games. But, yeah, obviously you haven't played the Rams yet. So 2 against the Rams, 1 against the Niners. There's a lot of big games left out there.
JSN is 181 yards away from 1,000 yards, which is insane because it's in week 9 and they had a bye
7
week.
Games. Yeah,
he's played 7 games. It's absolutely
wild
crazy.
what he's doing.
We were earlier trying to, can he get 181? That's weird. Even if he doesn't, which is probably unlikely. That's a lot of yards. You're covering a really historic season and the best start we've seen from a Seahawks receiver. First of all, what's that like? But secondly, how's it kind of compare to some other spans of amazing play that you've covered with this team? Like, are there other times you can remember, like, oh my God, it felt like every week we were saying, how can this keep
I mean, it's like you run out of ways to ask people about it. Jaxon Smith-Nijgba was really good again. What do you think?
That was me with Cal Raleigh this year with like, so what do you see from him?
Yeah, I mean, certainly never a receiver. We've seen guys have big games and big stretches, but not for half a season. I mean, I wasn't covering the Seahawks then, but this kind of takes me back to like Sean Alexander, just like putting up the numbers he did in his MVP season. But, obviously defensively, they've had guys in that very upper echelon. I maybe think back to 2015 when Russell Wilson and Doug Baldwin the second half of that season were just lighting everybody up. But, yeah, he's, as you mentioned, it's kind of silly to talk pace when he hasn't had half a season yet, but he is trending towards one of these, all-time great receiving seasons, and that's just it's never really happened here. There's been some great receivers, but nobody putting up these kind of numbers.
I know this is a tough question for you, but the trade deadline's coming up next week, and gotten any indication? I just feel like with Mike Macdonald, he's never going to sit on his hands. Like if there's a problem, he's going to.
Oh yeah, we've seen that,
and you've seen it from John too. I mean, he's made lots of moves at that point, but. I don't know. What are your expectations?
I mean, I'm sure they're working it. Like that's something John Schneider's made no secret of his whole career here. Is like he wants to at least be in on everything. That doesn't mean these deals all get done, but if someone's available, he's having that conversation. So, again, we'll see if a trade happens. But his track record adding guys at the deadline is really good. Yeah. I mean, you go back Marshawn Lynch being the biggest one, but that's how they got Leo. That's how they got Ernest Jones, Dwayne Brown, Quandre Diggs. Like lots of really good players. So. If there's a trade to be made, I think it'll be one that helps them because, again, they've done a really good job identifying guys to add that way. And as you said, Mike Macdonald's not afraid to tinker and make changes in season. We saw a bunch of that last year, and we've seen it to a lesser extent this year. But like you look at, they bring in Drake Thomas and let him take over a starting role because he's playing so well. So, yeah, it's hard to always know if a deal can get done or not just based on compensation and all that. But I'm sure they're talking.
Yeah. I have a fun Halloween-themed final thoughts wrap up. Okay.
What's your favorite candy?
No, it's not. That's not it. We've been talking all day. You and I have already kind of talked about it, so you have an advantage here. We've been talking all day about, hey, the Seahawks are at the top of kind of a crowded but really competitive and good NFC. Mm-hmm. How can they separate themselves? And so earlier I was talking to Bump about, well, maybe I'm just in the Halloween mindset, but like something about them needs to be scary. For opposing teams. So something with the Seahawks. Let's go Wyman John Bump just down this way. Something about the Seahawks that either is or has a chance to be spooky and scary for opposing teams. Intimidating.
Our D-line.
Took the easy one.
You can double it up.
They're a bunch of monsters. They're a bunch of bullies, man. They really are. I mean, we had a couple of them in here today with Murphy and Pili, and they're all huge, I don't know how you double team any of them. So yeah, absolutely, that'd be my pick.
Boyle.
I mean that's the best answer. That is a great group of guys. I mean that's one of the best when you factor in the outside linebackers, one of the best defensive fronts in the NFL. But since that's taken, I'll take JSN. I mean, when guys start doing what he does, teams are trying to account for that. You're not like, oh, we're just going to let him do his thing, and he's still just week after week, and that's when you have that kind of playmaker, that's really hard to stop an offense.
Third's toughest.
I'm going, this guy's Michael Myers scary. Like, I'm just going to walk and get this done. Sam Darnold, that's his game. Like, look, no facial expression. I'm just there. I'm going that way, okay? Let's move the ball down the field. So it's Sam Darnold.
Let's see if the Seahawks can make a scary statement about how
Stacy?
deadly they can be. Huh? Mine would be the D-line. I'm cheating. But I just think they can be really suffocating. And what I'd love to see, you mentioned this stat a couple weeks ago, and it stuck with me and has not changed, which is a quote problem. The only team not to recover a fumble. And I think that
still the case.
Yeah, they create and wreak havoc, and they for as intimidating as they are, you just love to see that kind of exclamation point at the end of some of those plays to take some of those fumbles away. They're great with interceptions, though.
Yeah.
So I'll give them that. But yeah, it feels good to watch a team with just a suffocating defense because you never know when suddenly you're going to see Sam Darnold walking back out on the field.
Can I have one more really quick one?
Yeah.
I want to see what Mike's going to do when he has Spoon and Nicky Manwari both on the field together.
Yeah.
That could be scary.
That's a
like
really
those
good
two
one,
guys
too.
are just such unique players.
Sunday night, Seahawks on the road to take on the Commanders. Obviously, you're going to read John's work at Seahawks.com. Bump is on pre and post, and Wyman on the call.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Raible is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Emanwari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots and not getting the long-term results you really want? This is Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our program has helped over 4,000 people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Visit eastsideweightlossklinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Did he just say Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is half the cost and works twice as fast as weight loss injections? It's true. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is natural and it works. I was finding that my clothes didn't fit as well, so I jumped on the program. I lost 35 pounds in 60 days. It was very safe and a healthy plan.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossklinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
At Bible Law Group, we know how important voting is. That's why we're partnering with Seattle's own rock star Aaron Jones to rock the vote Thursday, October 30th at the Queen Anne Beer Hall. Vote and enjoy delicious smash burgers with Aaron and local bands by getting your ticket at bit.ly/BibleRock. If you've misplaced your ballot, don't panic. In Washington, you can still print a provisional ballot online and drop it in any official ballot box by November 4th. When prayer just ain't cutting it for your legal needs, we suggest two things: vote and call Bible Law Group.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone.
taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that need it the most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Charlotte Hornets star point guard LaMelo Ball is being fined $35,000 for flipping off an official in the Hornets' 144-117 loss to the Miami Heat last night. Ball was whistled for an offensive foul, or actually that was Tuesday night. But he was driving toward the basket, was whistled for a foul, and then made the hand gesture, was assessed a technical foul with 4:02 remaining in the quarter. Finished with 20 points, 9 assists, 8 rebounds. He's averaging just over 26 points a game, so playing very well, but very expensive middle finger there. Meanwhile, the majority of Jim Irsay's collection, a man who had a collection of great memorabilia, musical, historical, is going to be up for auction. He was offered, according to him, at one point more than $1 billion for this collection. He's got instruments owned by the Beatles, Jimi Hendrix, Prince, Kurt Cobain, Eric Clapton. He's got Muhammad Ali's Rumble in the Jungle championship belt. He's got the saddle used for Secretariat's Triple Crown run of more than 200-year-old copy of the Declaration of Independence, all going up for auction, being held by Christie's.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Hopefully everybody's having a great day out there. Text line is going to be open for you at 866-979-3776. We are at the VMAC, which means we'll be talking a lot of Seahawks football. ESPN's Brady Henderson will join us at 3 p.m. We'll have our weekly conversation with El Hombre Michael Bradley coming up at 3:30. John Morosi joins us for his weekly conversation at 5 o'clock, and then we are expected to catch up with Seahawks cornerback Josh Jobe somewhere in the 5 o'clock hour around 5:30 or whenever they wrap up their meetings for the day as the team continues to get prepped and ready coming out of the bye week, getting set to face the Commanders, who are going to be dealing with their own injuries. We've talked about the injuries here, but this is a team it feels like you should beat, Dave. I know it's on the road. I know it's easy to say, well, they're not good. Every team can beat you. Any given Sunday is the cliche for a reason.